Good evening, Backloggery. Good evening, Backlogger.
Drum's voice sounds much the same as it did last week.
Hopefully not for much longer, but for now at least.
So what's the status?
I mean, there are various moments in the build of a computer that I hate, and I'm on the last moment that I hate currently, where you have all of these little, like, power switch cable and HD audio cable. Where you just have all the little miscellaneous cables you need to find the right spot for in the motherboard.
And like, they're not always as clearly marked positive and negative as you would think they would be.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like we're really at the point where they should, I don't know, be coming up with a new form factor for those connections.
Like, why can't all of that just be this big honking cable you plug in on a big honking obvious spot on the motherboard?
I mean, they've standardized so many other connections. Why not that?
Yeah.
I mean, there are some motherboards that come with like a sort of like an interim cable where like it's like they're all in a block and you plug the pins into that and then you plug that onto the spot on the motherboard, which makes it a little easier, but I don't know. There's always like one pair of those that's like not super obvious which is positive and which is negative. It's like, why can't you be consistent?
So, you know, assuming I don't get too distracted by the stream, the moment of truth is not far off.
So during the week, I went and got the rest of the Hootenannies and did got gold on the challenge rooms on extra mode. So all that is left is the true arena. And I do want to point out that when you got all of the Hootenannies, if you talk to Magalar, he says that the same technology was used to create clockwork stars that soar the cosmos.
Oh.
Which is like kind of crazy after playing later Kirby games, because you immediately would know, obviously, Nova from Milky Way Wishes, of course. But,
obvious.
But they're, what do you mean by clockwork stars? Plural. And you wouldn't find out for a few more years. Whoa. Boom! Lore.
Leonia, there is a list of my computer parts, but I do not have it handy, being as I am on a phone.
So I don't even really remember doing the regular arena on this. I assume that I understand it's quite difficult, but I also assume it's like shorter than like Kirby Superstar, because what is that? What is that? Oh, that's Crash. Is Crash even in the main game at all?
Where? Oh, there.
But I assume it's shorter than like the Kirby Superstar arena, just because I'm sure Kirby Superstar has more bosses, although this has maybe more mid bosses, and I'm sure I'll have to do all those too. I've heard you can cheese this with stone if you want to, but I'll try to avoid doing that. I mean, that's not necessarily, I don't know. The thing with Kirby is, you know, there's ways to do things that would be difficult, but there's also ways to do things that are more fun. And sometimes they overlap. Oh, they're just going to fling them at me one after the other. Ow, no. If they really wanted to make this the true arena, they'd also force me to do the non-EX versions of all these bosses, which would be horrible, but I'm assuming they're not going to do that. Oh, great. I hate that thing.
My computer is always named Mega Man. I might upgrade this computer to the title of Mega Man X. But does that mean I have died and have, like, bequeathed it to the future? I don't know.
Then you'll have to become Dr. Kane. Who, I've always thought it's weird that, like, Dr. Kane is, like, so... like, he is not this, like... They just kind of, like, eventually wrote him out of the series. Oh, I just noticed that they actually give me full health in True Arena. That kind of changes things.
Between fights?
No, but I mean... On EX mode, Kirby only has... he only has half health. But...
Oh.
But I guess in True Arena, that does not apply. I just have to fight the EX versions of the bosses. Hopefully, this doesn't last overly long because Spark wears out my arms. I might be losing my Spark here, actually.
Oh, you mean plasma?
Well, it's called Spark, but it's a combination of the old. It's a combination of the old Spark ability and plasma.
You see, there's two ports on this motherboard, and one says USB 1112, and the other says USB 1314. And my case has a cable that is labeled USB.
I mean, is your case's ports blue?
I have 2 USB 2 and 2 blue USB 3, and then there's I don't know why, but there's also a Type C USB port on the back and a light blue.
Well, the back shouldn't matter. The back shouldn't matter. Those are just in your motherboard.
Oh, you're talking about the front here. Yeah, same thing on the front. 2 blue, 2 USB 2.
But I mean, I think blue is always USB 3, at least USB.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
So you would want to put that on in a compatible port if possible.
That's where I strive to put my cables, Mr. Xavier.
How goes it?
I am plugging in miscellaneous cables to my motherboard.
Just seeing what
precarious. Be careful.
You know, just whatever I had lying around.
That's how computer building works.
I'm just picturing him with like one of those like male-to-male electrical cables, like the death cables I've been seeing on Twitter lately.
Death cables? What?
Or the suicide cables,
Twitter
I think they've been calling them.
Okay, try. Imagine a heavy-duty orange extension cable with the three-prong ground and everything, and it's just a short cable that has prongs on both ends. Like, I assume that's supposed to be like a coupler for extension cord, but I didn't look into it much.
But, I mean, what sort of extension cord, right? Like, you'd just be extending the same sort of cable.
No, let's see. Oh yeah, you're right. They're
Right,
they're male
like-
and female usually.
Yeah. There's no logical reason to want something like that.
Oh man. You know what I really hate? Is those little like power LED plus, power LED minus, HHD LED.
Yeah.
And there's just like a half dozen 1-pin connectors.
Yeah. It's not the greatest thing.
Oh man, I love when the and by love I mean absolutely hate when they don't have like the positive and negative terminals on the cable identified, so you just have to go off of red and black.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean, usually one is colored, but when it's just black and white, I'm always like second guessing it.
Oh yeah.
Like, I can believe either of those is positive or negative, but I usually assume white to be negative, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, so if it's red and black, black is negative, but if black is by itself, black is positive. Generally, I think. Yeah, I upgraded my motherboard and my CPU this summer, and it was so confusing. I think I had a brown and a white, and I had to determine what was positive and negative on that. I'm like, brown and white, like.
Yeah, it's always terrible, and it never seems to get any easier.
I haven't done it myself, but I've known friends to fry motherboards, like by mixing that crap up, years ago. I have to hope that nowadays they're a little more safe, but who knows?
I mean, these just look like a bunch of pins and a bunch of like 1 or 2 port connectors that have no like notches or anything to keep you from doing something very bad.
So what sort of upgrades did you go with?
Well, not really upgrades. Whole new deal.
Is it all new?
I'm keeping my old graphics card
For now.
until I decide it's time to upgrade to a 30 whatever or whatever AMD comes out with.
And it's a 970 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So I'm guessing new case, new motherboard, new CPU, new RAM,
Yep.
same power supply.
New power supply.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to go ahead and grab something that, like, when I do put like a 3070 or 80 in here, that's like I know I'm good. I don't have to screw with it.
Ah, makes sense.
I love this case. I hate the CPU cooler I got. And there's just a lot of like, you know, the last like 2 or 3 PCs I built before this, like it was, you know, like, oh, there's SATA connectors now or something. But it was all basically the same. And this one, like, they've moved the power supply to the bottom of the tower. That was new to me.
Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen a top of the tower one.
It's like Lens's top of the tower.
Really?
That was the last PC build I was involved in any way.
I haven't seen a top of the tower one in like a decade, probably.
Try, you helped with Lens.
Not in person.
I think you did.
Not the newest one.
Maybe
The last one was
not
like
the
a
newest
decade
one.
ago.
So I mean, my case is probably about 6 years old, and it's a micro ATX, or no, mini ITX, whatever's bigger. I think mini ITX. And it's a top of the tower, but I know those cases are weird.
Let me see if I can get at least the link to my case. This thing is like the Cookie Monster for SSDs. Like, I was counting earlier, I can fit 16 SSDs in this case.
Oh my god.
So if you guys got any spare SSDs, they're like too small for you. I could put them in my computer and do that. I forget what it's called, that Windows 10 thing, where you make them all one network drive.
Oh, do the raid?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my friends was doing that because, like, he's super cheap with, well, everything in life, I guess, but just collecting like any bits of old. Like, I gave him some old hard drives that were like, I don't know, like regular, actual like 7200 RPM disk, like platter laptop hard drives that were like 100 megs, some were even less. Just like, he's like, keep it coming. I'm throwing this all into the raid. At the end of the day, it's like I have a 1.5 terabyte raid with like 12 drives in it.
I don't think I would bother to do that with the old style of hard drive, but with an SSD, I'm like, yeah, you know, I know when those are going to go bad. You just gotta check in on them every now and then.
I suppose. I mean, to set up the raid, though, you have to have, like, your redundancy settings all crazy. It's like, so to me, it just... I mean, I guess if you're interested in spending hours upon hours to figure something out like that, that's fine. But it's like, or you could just go and buy a terabyte SSD for $150. I don't know. Like,
is it possible for
Yeah,
sleep to heal you?
Does it?
I don't know. I wanted to try it. Maybe not.
I dropped a link to the case in the chat. I really like it. Like, you can definitely get nice cases for cheaper, but I was in kind of a hurry, and this ticked all my boxes I was looking for.
Corsair's good brands. That's a large case, man. Oh my God.
It is.
Holy crap, look at how many cards you can put in the back there.
I know.
Good God.
Your motherboard is like tiny.
Yeah, I kind of regret not getting a full-size ATX motherboard now, because that's part of the reason I don't like my CPU cooler is because it's freaking big and it's making the rest of the motherboard kind of cramped.
Yeah, I mean, you need the motherboard that's going to have, like, its own toaster built on it, like... Wow, man. How many ports is that? That's 9. Holy crap.
Yeah, those are never being used, at least on this motherboard. But, like, you know, my dream is if nothing else, I would like my next, like, total rebuild of a computer to still use this case. And assuming things don't take a drastic change in the next decade or so, it seems likely whenever I get an actual sit in here.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that seems like it would be a potential problem in the future would be no USB-C ports, but like there's so many front panels that you could probably just get a front panel for it.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of that, like, I mean, this case will probably last you like 30 years. Like, there's no reason it shouldn't, right? Like,
but like, I've never had a case that like had, you know, parts of it dedicated to helping you manage your cables before. So like it has these ports in the back side where you just like feed the cables through, right next to the power supply, and then there's other ports like where the cables would pop out to connect to the motherboard. I don't know if that's mind-blowing or if this is just like what everyone's had for a decade now.
like this for a good while, I think. I originally built my current desktop 7 years ago, and I had a bigger case for it, and I think they had the cable management on the backside. Then the new case is, you know, much smaller, but I don't know. Even like its current case now, it's like just under the size of a PS5. Like, it's either that small or the PS5 is that big. I don't know which you would say.
I mean, for a computer case, that's pretty small, but for a console, it's like annoyingly huge and awkward.
It's crazy big, yeah. I'm unhooking the old desktop now. I want to pop it open and see what sort of rat's nest was in here. I remember it was an issue. What sort of CPU did you go with?
i5 10600K.
Which, I mean, sounded pretty fast. I mean, wasn't the single core like over 4 gigahertz on that?
Like, I didn't put a lot of like research into the computer, really. There was like a great site called what is it, logicalincrement.com.
Yeah, I like that site.
Where they just have like current builds of like, hey, do you want to make like an emulation PC or a streaming PC or a VR PC or, you know, whatever. And they have like different budget level tiers of like, oh, this is super cheap, this is kind of cheap, this is mid range, this is high range, this is your rich range. And so I just pulled up like the emulation computer, the streaming computer, and the VR computer, because I was like, you know, maybe someday. And I was looking at like the mid to high end builds and just like picking parts, and like I think all three of the ones I was looking at had the i5 10600, so I was like, well, I guess I'll get that CPU.
That's the same CPU I got this summer, so we're CPU brothers.
Oh man.
You'll have to let me know how that cooler works, because I got I think I got a very generic sort of cooler for the CPU, and it does not, like, when I do something processor intensive, like if I run some like machine learning sort of stuff, like it very quickly heats up. And I actually took it apart and reapplied the thermal paste because I thought like, oh, maybe I messed something up with it. I'm like, no, it's just the cooler. The cooler just is not good enough.
I mean, you got what? Cooler Master cooler?
I got a Be Quiet Dark
Pro 4. I mean, Be
Be
Quiet is, I mean, I think supposed to be a pretty good brand. I mean, that's what my streaming computer case is. I mean, I've generally done Noctua the past like 3 or 4 years, but there was one time where I ordered the wrong size of thing, and I just ended up going with a. I just went to Best Buy and I think it might have been a Corsair or Cooler Master, one of those.
There, Xavier, I'm discording you a pic of the cooler. Like, one of the things I don't like about it, first the fan, like there's a giant heat sink and then a fan that attaches to the side of it. And there's these like wire latches you like hook through the fan and then like into the grill of the heat sink. And that was such a pain in the ass. And like the fan came with two different sizes of latches and it didn't tell you which size to use. And one seemed too short, one seemed too long. And the other gotcha that thankfully Lynn caught when I was trying to get her opinion on how the hell the latches work. Like, I almost put the fan on before I put the RAM in, and as you can see in that picture, that wouldn't have been good. Because that fan is like sitting right on top of the RAM.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's huge, man. I just sent you a picture of mine, too. As you can see, it's there's, like, nothing there.
I mean,
yeah.
You know, I mean... You know, even though there have been brands of coolers I've preferred over the years, I mean, in truth, I don't know if I would say I certainly never liked the installation process of any heatsink.
Oh yeah,
that one looks good though. I bet it's gonna do a really good job.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like once this is all together and cooking away, it's gonna do great, but the actual installation, I was not a fan of.
I forget what was going on with mine. Jeez, when I put mine on too, it had one of those under the motherboard sort of connectors too, and like I put the processor on, I put the fan on, I connected it from under, and then I installed the motherboard into the case, and for some reason, I forget what I did, but I did something wrong, and I had to take it all apart. I'm like, holy crap, I'm like ripping at the motherboard and ripping at the fan to like pull it off, like, oh, I'm gonna break this. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be a good fan.
What boss is this?
Yeah, it's probably overkill considering I'm not planning to overclock, but
this is not a thing that happens over the course of the game, or at least not it didn't happen in EX mode.
Oh, weird. I think I was in shadow chat for a bit there.
How much, or what, do you know what sort of RAM you put in?
16 gigabytes, DDR4.
Oh.
Where's my RAM package? Good. Oh no, this runs with math currently.
I mean, I think I did the same. I think it was 16 gig DDR4, like 3000.
Yeah, I want to say it was like 3200. Is that the number that makes sense? I forget.
Probably.
Yeah, 3200.
Oh.
I have got exactly nothing done since the stream started.
That's why
Did you give up on the connectors?
That's generally why I don't watch streams.
So I'm not sure if this is correct or not, but you may want to look into your, especially if you haven't bought new ones, like your SATA connectors for your hard disks. I want to say some connectors can be explicitly SATA 3 versus SATA 6, and thus slower. Something I had to consider when I was upgrading, I remember. Just if it's been a while.
I did have to reuse one of my old SATA cables because the right angle one they gave me wouldn't fit.
Ah.
One thing I didn't notice when I bought this motherboard is apparently the trace on the motherboard that the audio connector runs along lights up in RGB colors.
Oh, jeez.
Just the audio trace, nothing else. It's just like a little squiggle in the bottom left corner of the motherboard.
Well, that was not too bad for a first attempt, I'd say.
Man, I got a noisy cat over here.
Have not heard her yet.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
Yeah, I have heard her in the past, but not this time.
Wow. Maybe I just have the input level changed. I'll tell you, I'm almost through The Last of Us.
Oh, yeah?
Another game down.
I continue to be surprised.
The first one or the second one?
The first one.
Yeah, I mean, the second one is a long game. Very long game.
Is it worth it?
I mean, I think it is. I thought it was pretty excellent. But it is quite long.
Yeah, like, so I mean, I think the it's hard to judge this given how old it is too, right? So like PS3, I mean I don't know, as little to me as there seems to be a difference between the systems, like I do have to appreciate, I guess, just how long ago, you know, that system was out. But like, I feel like the story is a little bit canned and a little bit like of its time, like, ooh, end of civilization, kind of, you know, maybe not zombies, but basically, you know, viral thing.
Yeah, I mean, the story was certainly well told for what it was. I mean, Last of Us Part 2 is definitely trying to tell a far more ambitious story.
Oh, I'm not aware. Huh. But so, like, I guess my point is, like, despite the story kind of just being, like, you know, fairly canned, fairly, like, uninteresting, I guess, like, I have never seen a game story told so well. Like, the voice acting is, like, as good as anything. I mean, it's, like, really wonderful. And, like, the dialogue's, like, really just good. It's not awkward. It's not weird. It's not, like, unbelievable. Like, it's all just so good. Like, I don't know. I mean, just playing through some, like, I hate to, like, pick on them, but, like, you take Square games, man, and they're just so bad. Like, the dialogue is so bad. Like, the voice acting, like, is just, like, it's so bad you have to wonder if it's intentional, you know? Like,
I mean,
like, it's like Resident Evil, like original Resident Evil kind of bad.
It's not that bad, but I mean, I guess I'm used to the vibe that those games have. But yeah, I mean, you know, Naughty Dog stuff, especially Last of Us, is definitely on another level in terms of that kind of stuff for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of that could be too that the studio, is, well, if they're not an American studio, they're probably from an English-speaking country.
They're in Santa Monica.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Yeah, so I mean, that makes sense. So like, I don't want to pick on Square too much. But God, like, Chapter 7 was just so bad. like even that, like, despite like the awkwardness of the dialogue, like just the voice acting was so.
I mean,
bad.
I don't think I enjoyed like the main cast of characters' voice acting. I think, I definitely thought Heidegger was a little over the top.
What about Barrett?
I mean, Barrett's supposed to be over the top.
Yeah, but that was like, I don't know. That was like a caricature on a caricature.
I think he very much fits what he was.
I don't know. I mean, like, I remember seeing the trailer in Japanese, and like the Barrett voice acting there seemed like good.
One thing for me, like, I didn't really like the voice acting for the minor Avalanche characters. I didn't think they were very good, and I think one thing may have just been like the way that it was recorded, like my first impression when I heard the voice acting was it didn't feel like it was in the environment. It sounded like it was in a recording studio. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that.
That to me like took me out of it more so than a particular acting. But I thought, I thought the voice acting was fine. Like in some regards, I might have wanted like a little step higher for, a game that big, but I didn't think it was, it was pretty typical for, I would say, a AAA Japanese game.
I don't know. I mean, like, I think some of the, I think some of the modern, like, Resident Evil games have been, like, like a bit over the top in terms of, well, I mean, certainly in like the story and everything, but like, I feel like the voice acting was a bit over the top, but still like good. Whereas like, I don't know, any Final Fantasy thing I've like, between like 15 and 7, like it's just so bad.
The thing that bugged me with 7 or with 15 was, you've got these 4 characters, who, I don't know all their origins and whatnot because I don't really care about 15 that much, but like, I assume they basically all come from the same country. And then you've got, the one random guy with glasses who's, smarter than everyone else, and he's got a British accent for no reason. It's just like,
yeah,
like that just, like, I'm all for having British accents in video games, but like it needs to make sense in the sense that the 2 people coming from the same country or general area should not have different accents in a video game, like
unless they're smart, and in that case, well, the smart ones got to be British.
I guess. I mean, in Final Fantasy 12, they do a very good job of it where people who are from the country that you start in have American accents, and people that come from the Empire have very, very, British accents, as Star Wars, taught us that things should be.
I don't know. I mean, when I look at like Final Fantasy X and compare it to modern stuff, like how many years later, and it just doesn't feel that much better.
Oh, things are a lot better than Final Fantasy X. You're selling things way short.
Oh, I guess I probably am. I mean, I replayed 10. I don't know, and I played 7. In like April, whenever it came out. Like, I gotta replay 7. Yes, I remember the laugh. We all remember the terrible laugh.
Who could forget?
Hmm.
I mean, it was not the best even at the time, but it was still kind of like, I don't think we had seen a game of that size that was so thoroughly voice acted. And so it was kind of like, whoa, this is the future. I mean, I remember my dad, like, walking in while I was in the middle of a Final Fantasy X cutscene. He just like had this really baffled look on his face. He's like, how is this this isn't a video game, is it? my parents had a really hard time understanding that video games can talk. It was a while before I had to stop, like, explaining this. Like, oh, you're not watching a movie? You're playing a video game?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we talked about it or if I had read it online, but apparently with Final Fantasy X, the voice acting, they had such a short amount of time, the translation team did, or whatever part of the translation team that works on the voice acting. And there were just so many problems with it in the sense of, like, they didn't have enough time to, like, redo the mouth movements and stuff, which were supposedly very good for its time, matching to the dialogue. But also, the dialogue for the English version, the recording snippets had to match identically the original timestamp from the Japanese version. So they couldn't, like, you know, stuff that you had to say, like, fast, you had to just, like, fit in real quick, you know?
You know what's really funny? A few weeks ago, I played through Spyro 2 on PS1, and you know, I started it here, and then I went to my parents' house for Thanksgiving, and I've got a CRT in a room in there. I plugged some headphones into the video outs on the PlayStation just so I could, you know, just use headphones. And like after this, I looked online to see if I could find anyone talking about this, because I'm like, I'm not crazy. Like during like various lines of dialogue throughout the game, you could hear this like voice in the distance say, "Good? Yep. Okay. Yeah." like you can hear the voice director like in the clip, and I'm like Googling trying to see if like anyone is talking about, like, I couldn't find anyone talking about this. Like, it blows my mind.
That sounds like an Emily video to me.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna blow your mind. Did you know you can plug your headphones into the PS5 controller?
Yeah, I've done that with the I've never done with the PS5, but I've done it with the PS4, and it's convenient.
Oh, okay. I mean, it would be more convenient if my Bluetooth headphones were supported natively. But yes, it's still very nice. It's kind of weird, but like, I love it. I don't know. I watch most things with headphones these days.
I'm not feeling super good about how this fight with Fatty Puffer EX is going.
So I'm trying to think about like what more games I might want to queue up for, like, you know, ones that I might have missed, right, for PS4. And I think I said this last time too, but I'm starting to realize that, like, if I was going to do a Venn diagram, I think all I need is like 3 giant circles for like plague, like ruined civilization. And I mean, honestly, that might be good enough. Maybe one more, but they're all sort of like falling into that category, oddly. Like, I think I'm gonna get sick of the genre that I apparently associate the must-have games with. Like,
well, you gotta get Days Gone so you can play yourself.
Oh yeah.
Is that the sequel to that one Survivor horror that you were talking about? The what the hell is the name of it? The one that I just bought?
I don't know what you just bought.
Until Dawn.
No. The semi-sequels to that are Man of Medan and Little Hope. Days Gone is not related to anything.
Let me Google it.
And the main character looks exactly like you.
I mean, because he has dark hair and a beard. Like, come on.
Yeah. That's exactly it. You hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, okay.
I played a few minutes of it because it's free on PlayStation Plus, and
all right, yeah,
his voice does not match the character to me.
You gotta get Xavier in there.
That's probably why. No, I just don't know how many, like, God, I don't know how many of these types of games I'm gonna, like, you know, I just, I don't know, like Demon Souls, right? You're kind of in this desolate sort of world.
At least
sort of
it's a fantasy version of it.
Yeah, true. But I mean, like, I was thinking after that, like, okay, I know I've already beaten it, but I got the remastered version of Shadow of the Colossus. Like, how different is that, you know? Like, desolate fantasy world. I don't know how different The Last Guardian is. Like, am I gonna go from The Last of Us into, like, Resident Evil 3 or 6? Because I feel like shooting people who are infected with a plague is probably getting pretty old, too. But the reason I brought it up is because I was thinking of more titles to look at, and one of the ones that stuck out in my mind were the Evil Dead ones.
Evil Dead?
Is that the name of it? No, Evil Within.
Oh, Evil Within.
That's it. Yeah, because that's made by, like, the Resident Evil guy, right?
The first one was directed by Shinji Mikami. I think the second one was only produced, but the second one is considered much better. I've only played the first. I haven't played the second yet, but I'm looking forward to playing the second for sure.
I heard good things about the second one, but there is an Evil Dead game now. I mean, there already was, but there's a new one coming out.
Yeah, but it looks like one of these, one more of these like multiplayer, like, play around with your friends and, like I can't believe there's like such a market for so many of those things.
I don't think there are. There's like, I think a lot of them are just coming out and dying.
But then why do they keep making them?
I don't know.
Because it seems to me like there's just such high risk with making a multiplayer game. Because, I mean, in general, people don't like it. And then everyone's got these, they're all going to be, the armchair game director saying like, oh, this is unbalanced. It should be like this, 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 and this. And everyone just hates it, Like, why not just make a single player game and, well, then again, I guess, people have been complaining plenty about Cyberpunk, but that's mostly because they just couldn't optimize it for crap on last-gen consoles. I don't even, like, I heard that it's like 720p-ish on base PS4, and I never heard of a 720p PS4 game before.
Is it okay on the new consoles?
Here's what surprised me. It actually did not launch with like a native new generation version.
Oh, so that's just not a thing yet?
They're playing in backwards compatibility mode and are apparently pretty good. The PS...
Wait, which game are we talking about?
Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't... I guess the native next-gen version is coming next year, but I guess on Xbox Series X, you've got a pretty high-resolution 30 FPS mode. I don't think you have that choice playing the PS4 version on PS5, but you can play in 60 frames per second on PS5, but apparently it's kind of blurry looking.
I canceled my pre-order for it. Like, I'm gonna wait until they actually have the native one and solve all the bugs.
Yeah, I mean, that's very much a game if I ever get around to, it'll be like, in like 3 years when it's $20.
I was looking forward to it. I don't know, like anything you would have read about it over the past year, you would have known that this was going to happen.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not terribly surprising. I mean, as Digital Foundry was saying, like, this is actually very reminiscent of where we were, like, in the previous generation, like PS3, 360. PS4 and Xbox One, like, generally, there were not as many, like, major performance issues, I don't think. Whereas, like, the previous generation, like, performance optimization was not that high of a priority. I mean, if you played the PS3 version of The Last of Us, the performance was, like, deep into the 20s a significant portion of the time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and no one really cared. Like, at that time, like, I don't know, like, it just wasn't that big of a deal, I guess.
I thought I had just read, I'll need to find it, let's see if I can find it, that they were actually going to make a PS5 patch for The Last of Us Remastered, which is crazy.
That would be, I mean, unless they made it like 120 hertz or something, like what more can they really do to it? I mean, I guess it's not native 4K, but still, it's...
Yeah, so they patched it for the Pro, and with that they have...
they add HDR.
Yeah, and they also have a fairly high resolution version of it, but the 60 frame per second version turns off high quality shadows. Then they have like a lower resolution, but with high quality shadows. Maybe they're both at 60. I can't remember, but still, I mean, it looks good. I can't imagine not playing it like smooth.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they'll make a PS5 patch for The Last of Us Part 2. I mean, it is a 30 frames per second game, but it's like the most mind-blowingly gorgeous game that you could possibly imagine. Like, it's really good looking. But I could see them making like a 60 FPS PS5 version.
How's that PC coming, Drum?
I've been mostly ignoring you two and making progress.
There we go. Same hard drive and everything, though, right?
I didn't have an M2 drive before, so I got one of those.
That's going to be your new system drive?
Yeah.
I don't have one, but those things are tiny.
Yeah, like when Lynn got one, it blew my mind. I had no idea that was a thing.
You know,
it turned out my old motherboard actually had a slot for one. I didn't even realize.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I mean, it was that whole thing was definitely news to me when I built my computer in 2017. You know what's crazy? That computer, like, I mean, it's a fast computer, but it actually does not boot up like especially fast. And my streaming computer, which is a much weaker computer, it streams boots up like way faster. And I don't really know why.
Yeah, I think after The Last of Us, though, I'm gonna go into something a little different. I think I'm gonna do Sackboy, the new one.
I really want that. But it's just like I feel like I need to save that for co-op with Drum and Lynn, and PS5 controllers are expensive.
Yeah, $70 is pretty expensive. I watched I watched the Digital Foundry video on it. I was hoping they were going to talk about any of the controller enhancements, if there were any on the PS5, but they didn't mention anything. I want something to use that DualSense, you know. I don't think it probably does, or if it does, it's probably minor. But I didn't find Demon Souls to be. To really be any different for the controller. I mean, maybe a little bit.
I mean, the very fine degrees of rumble on it definitely were kind of cool with casting a lot of the spells and stuff.
Mm-hmm. It was probably more subtle than I give it credit for. It probably just felt so natural.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I kind of thought of it as having a little subwoofer in the controller, because it almost especially when you're casting the spells, it almost feels like it kind of is in time with the sound effect of the the size of the rumble grows and fades away. Well, I mean, it's
almost like the speaker on it is what's doing it.
I know it, but it's not. It's not, but it almost feels that way.
Yeah, yeah.
I think when we were talking about this before, you hadn't yet done 3.2. That's the one that has the giant heart thing in the center. And when you approach that area, that was definitely, I think, the coolest play that they had on with the HD rumble or whatever you want to call it.
Talking about the Tower of Latchford.
Yeah. But specifically the center one that had the big fleshy thing.
Yeah, no, you're right. That was one of the few times that I really took note. It was oh, that's neat.
Am I correct in thinking it doesn't matter which PCIe slot you plug into?
Only unless your motherboard has a limitation where a M2 card is sharing bandwidth with a PCIe, because I think they use the same lanes, but some motherboards might have separate lanes for them, and some might share. Like that was an issue on Lynn's computer, I remember, but that was news to me at the time.
You're just talking for plugging in your GPU?
Yeah.
Yeah, shouldn't be an issue.
It's just that you might want to double check to make sure that there's not some fine print like somewhere in your manual that says like, oh, it's not, if using this, then this M2 slot is disabled or something.
I mean, there's probably an argument to be made to get it as far away from the inner part of the motherboard as possible to like for heat dissipation.
Yeah, I always like to put it a little further away, but I mean, your motherboard is so small, so.
Yeah, I don't even know if my GPU would fit with the way my cooler is. It's a huge freaking cooler, but that heat sink is monstrous.
Now let's just be careful plugging this GPU in, you know?
Yeah.
Let's take it slow.
It's only taking it out that's an issue.
I mean, that's the reason you bought such a stupidly huge case anyway.
You can retract the stupidly. Like this like as case-wise, I have never been like cramped trying to plug anything in. It's just a matter of like, oh, where and what am I actually plugging in here? Like, I love this case. This case is great.
It could be bigger.
I mean, you were talking last week about wanting just to put your computer in a mini fridge. And,
I basically am.
And you did it. Well, that run was not significantly better than the last one.
Yeah, the only conflict I see is if you put a SATA type drive in the M2 slot, then a different SATA port is disabled.
Oh.
So I think it's fine.
You just need to pay attention to which ones, I guess, then.
Yeah. No. Oh. Never mind, I think that's fine.
What? Harumph! This fight went a lot more poorly than it should have. I'm actually surprised because the first two runs start with the same fight, so I thought it always started with that fight. Not that one I was just on, but it was one of the mini boss ones.
Switch anytime soon?
What?
Is there anything coming out on the Switch anytime soon?
I mean, Nintendo like announces stuff like the month before it comes out now.
Oh. I haven't bought a new Switch, like, you know, like Nintendo game or whatever, since Mario Odyssey. It's been a long time.
Wait, you bought Animal Crossing?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I don't have that physical. Well, okay, so besides that then, I guess that was the last big one. That makes sense. And I mean, I did buy Final Fantasy X, but like, you know, I just feel like since the thing came out, there's just been so few that I've got. I got like Mario, Zelda, Mario Kart, and Animal Crossing.
I gotta stop jumping on that.
Do PCIe slots, like, do they give you that nice click when you're plugged in all the way?
Well, I mean, the lever should automatically, like, go down, I guess. The little release lever.
Yeah.
Or have a better snap than not. I mean, if you don't hear the snap, I wouldn't worry. Like, as long as it looks in, it's probably in.
It's not a GameCube shoulder button click though.
It can be. Oh, I love that you're a little paranoid about this. This is good. Like, is it in there? Should I try to take this out?
It doesn't quite feel right, and it's kind of hard to see if like the little release lever is pulled forward like it should be. I'm not convinced it is in the slot.
You need a bigger case.
That's the problem.
You should do oh man, you should have done the sort of setup that like you see a place like Digital Foundry do, like just the motherboard on like some lucite thing, like on a countertop, you know.
I've definitely been tempted to like put a computer together in that kind of fashion before, but you know, I was talking to Drum about it, and he said that like, even though you would think just like having your computer like exposed to the open air would be like the coolest way to run it, apparently like that can be less cool than a case.
No, I mean, he's right. You need the airflow, you know.
You just got to set it up on the counter and then just put a big box fan blowing over it constantly.
That's basically what you have for your CPU right now.
Pretty much.
A giant box fan.
Alright, I think I am ready for the moment of truth.
Well, the moment of truth is not always the moment of truth. I mean, the last computer I built, the big problem was I had the RAM slots like not in the you know, if you only have RAM in XYZ slots, you should have them in these slots, you know?
Yeah.
And sometimes I feel like the manuals are not as clear on that as you would think.
Well, yeah, like I was aware of that. Then when I was slotting in my RAM, I was like, let's see, these are labeled like 1A or A1, A2, B1, B2. So I guess I would probably just put it in A1, A2. And then I'm looking at the manual like, no, actually, if you're only putting in a pair, you should put it in A2 and B2. Like, what?
Yeah, it's dumb.
You know, I just saw it in the chat and it made me think about it. Like, I feel like anytime I see like the GameCube mentioned fondly, people always have very fond memories of the handle. They really like the handle. But like, and like, yeah, it's unique. I remember back in the day though, after getting that thing, the like, they were telling you constantly like, don't actually pick it up by the handle. Don't carry it with the handle.
Wait, who
like,
said that?
Nintendo.
What? No.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was not meant to be transported around by the handle.
I refuse to believe this.
I want to say that sounds familiar, but I don't actually believe that is true, because why would it matter?
Well, oh, yeah, I mean, I could believe that it's perfectly safe to. I mean, plus that.
What is the point of it if not that?
It conveys the idea of portability.
But you know,
people think the Wii U is the precursor to the Switch, but it actually all started with the GameCube.
I mean, you know, I don't know if you're like all that aware, Xavier, but like GameCube is like the hot thing in retro right now, and like the prices on the games are like stupid.
Thank you for telling me that, because I have a box of games here that needs sold.
I mean, obviously it depends on the games, but like all of the, you know, most of the major Nintendo games are, you know, relatively valuable.
Or if you have Smash Brothers or Fire Emblem, you are in the money.
I used to have Fire Emblem. I don't know. I definitely have.
Smash, Fire Emblem is worth like, I don't know how much, but it's like it's kind of a lot.
Several hundred at least at this point.
Jeez.
You know, it sure is good to have been a Fire Emblem fan before Awakening. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
I feel like such an anomaly, you know.
It wasn't that long ago when Lynn and I were just like, well, I mean, we're married and we have 2 copies of Path of Radius. We don't need both of them.
Man, some of these prices are nuts.
I'm going to take a gamble on find this boss without refilling.
I mean, I'm seeing anywhere from like 70 to 70, like maybe 65 to 75 bucks for Black Label Smash.
And it's so crazy because
original, because eventually they added a bestseller to it. So if you have the original launch day one.
I mean, GameCube is one system that GameCube and PS1 are like the systems that I cannot do greatest hits for mostly because I kept up with GameCube like really well during its generation and bought like, you know, most of the significant stuff. And, you know, so I didn't have greatest hits. And it's just like, I can't sully my shelf with that nasty yellow spine. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. That's bad. Oh, yeah, that's bad. I really need to pay attention to that attack tell.
I switched headphones. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah. I mean, it's not as good quality as it was, but yeah.
Apologies.
I'm sure you still sound better than me.
Man, it's so interesting, like, how popular GameCube is right now. Like, I mean, obviously, there's, like, you know, expensive original Xbox and expensive PS2 games, and, you know, obviously, you know, more people had a PS2, so, you know, in theory, you would think more people have nostalgia for PS2 than GameCube, but, like, GameCube is what is, you know, people are passionate about. Personally, like, I did not keep up with PS2 as well as GameCube. You know, I bought, like, the big RPGs and, like, the Metal Gears and stuff like that back in the day, but, you know, I definitely had a lot of gaps in my library. And the PS2 has been a much more fun system for me in the past several years because of that.
Oh, man, Go ahead.
It's interesting how, like, whatever Nintendo does to cultivate this, like, loyalty among their customers in a way that like even PlayStation doesn't seem to. Because like it's a constant complaint, and like the emulator seems like, well, all of these Nintendo systems have like 3 working emulators each at least, and here we have like 4 or 5 barely functioning PS2 emulators. Like, what's the big idea? What's going on? And there's just never as much interest in emulating the other systems as there are the Nintendo system of the equivalent generation.
Well, and, it also doesn't always translate into, hardware and software sales either.
Yeah.
Which has always baffled me to some extent, because it's like, clearly, like, there is a contingent of people, like me, like you, who just like, there is no question in your mind. It doesn't matter if it is the worst system Nintendo has made to date. Like, there are going to be games you like need to play on it, Like, there's just, there is no like consideration about it. Like, you're just going to buy that system. And it surprises me that there aren't more people like that.
I mean, I don't know. I think you get a lot of that with, like, maybe not so vehement about it, but like, I feel like take this like new generation, right? Like, there's a good argument for like what's the better system to get if you're going to get a PS5 or if you're going to get a Series X, and like I just feel like there's just people that are not even like it's not even a question. Like, they're going to get a PS5. Like that's.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely fanboys, but I think I think Drum's right that it's different. Like it's.
Oh, I mean, it's different, but I don't think that it's like necessarily, like I don't necessarily think it's this like fanboy Uber fan. I think like you just have these people that generally they're like, yeah, I'm getting the next PlayStation. Like that's just what I'm
but
doing.
It's not. Like, it's not that though. I mean, there are serious like very mean arguments about between Xbox and PlayStation fans that
Oh, but I mean
that need not that need not happen. And the crazy thing about it is like with Nintendo, it's like, okay, you're getting Nintendo games, but even I will acknowledge like they're like, oh yeah, like PS5 games are outperforming Series X games. Mark Cerny outsmarted Microsoft. He said that teraflops wasn't everything, and he was right. And it's just like, dude, you do know you could buy a PC and have a better experience than either of them. Even I'll admit that, right?
I mean, these people have always been around, though. I'm
a hardcore console man, but like. When you are buying into a console, you are not buying into the like greatest power, right? You're not. So I don't understand why that is the crux of your argument. And in that sense, I guess it's kind of nice that Nintendo got out of the arms race,
I mean, again, though, like, what sort of person is this? If not a child, then probably just an idiot to begin with. Like, I mean. Like, these people have been around for so long, it's always just been
true, like... but like, I mean, it is hard to have perspective on it because, sometimes you read comments on the internet and sometimes it's like, oh yeah, this guy's like 17 and thinks he's got it all figured out. And then other times, you just imagine that they are, a normal, like, well balanced individual that is not, just like you just imagine. I mean, I don't know how to put it, but you just
get bonus.
You treat their comment like it is coming from a place of like they think that their opinion is well formed in some way, and then but then you're right. Like chances are they're probably like 12 or something.
I mean, I could never hear an opinion like that and not just think like, oh, here's a, like, this is just a child.
Oh,
I mean, by child, I mean, like, anybody, like, under the age of 30, I guess, right? Like, I mean, but no, like, so, like, the type that I'm talking about, though, are, like, you know, just people that have always bought into that platform. And they're just gonna continue, even though like.
Well, like with me and Nintendo, but like.
Well, but I mean, like,
exclusive.
there's no other comparable platform. I mean, like, no, a PS5 and a Series X are not the same thing, but like they're very comparable. And like, I don't know. I just like reading opinions from people. It's just like, well, like, yeah, I could go with the other one, but like no, just like. I buy PlayStation. Like, that is the brand. Like, you could make the argument and say that, like, you're probably not there for the exclusives. You're probably going to get more in the sense of, like, you know, backwards compatibility. Like, there are good arguments to be made for either or, but, like, it's just, like, they're not just going to consider it. Like, they've always...
Well, and I think a lot of it, but you know, but it's also.
I think that's fine. Like, but it's just like that's saying like I do think there are fans in large numbers for at least that brand and platform, you know, that have just enjoyed it for so long.
But you know, you say that too, and it's, you know, Xbox 360, you know, had tremendous success in North America, and it. You know, obviously, Microsoft, you know, really blew it with their, you know, messaging when they announced the Xbox One. And...
Well, the first messaging for that, too, wasn't it that, like, they weren't going to even allow disc-based games to be shared? Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, it was so bad that, like, even though there was this huge... community of people who their entire friend group and, you know, all the online games they played were always on Xbox. So many people. I mean, we saw it here on the Backloggery. There was a huge group of people that, you know, were major. You know, there were tight-knit friend groups that were on Xbox, and they just completely migrated over to PS4 day one. I mean, it really surprised me that even when Microsoft backpedaled, like that loyalty did not, it like meant nothing, you know, to that friend group. But today with like neither company having made like a major blunder in, you know, the better part of a decade, now I do think that's the main thing driving it. Like, oh, my friends are on Xbox, my friends are on PS4. You know, I gotta stick with that, and you know, I also have to believe that whichever thing that is better.
I guess. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's interesting you mentioned the 360 because, like, of my friends from back in the day that like were really all about that, they were not your typical people that like even owned a console. Like they were like by and large like PC gamers, you know, at the core. But they were buying it because of exclusives like Gears and, I mean, to a lesser extent, like you had Perfect Dark and, you know, some of the other rare stuff. And or like Dead Rising, right? Like there were a lot of like 360 exclusives that didn't see PC ports for a long time. And so like, yeah, like I could see that happening like when the one comes out, and if there's like, you know, if you're seeing games that are coming out on the PC around the same time, like I could definitely see people I knew back then like just not buying into it. Now, that said, I mean, I don't really know many people, you know, after that have really bought any systems now. Like, probably just getting too old or something, you know, like not having time or whatever, right? But yeah.
But I mean, going back to the original point, like there's the people like Xavier was talking about, were just like default into another PlayStation or another Xbox. But those people are like, they're way less likely to like come back to the PS2 years later and like, oh, I'm gonna pay $200 for that game because I have to have it.
Yeah, I guess that is true.
I'm
But
gonna devote my life to programming a PS3 emulator, which, you know, there is a pretty good PS3 emulator out there now, but it took a lot longer. Like, there's already, like, Switch emulation is, like, scary good, from what I understand.
Well, I mean, the hardware in the Switch is, like, not... is some pretty standard parts that aren't that modified, I think.
Yeah, like, Nintendo's hardware stance in recent years definitely makes it a lot easier, but, like, you know, that makes the GameCube the most recent example, but it was still, like, Dolphin way ahead of anything else for the other systems.
Yeah. Well, something that I did not realize until not that long ago, and I'm just assuming this is true, but, like, I read not that long ago that the Wii U CPU, like, is, you know, basically of the same family as, like, the GameCube CPU, which I did not...
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I knew that there was some hardware assistance that made the Wii backwards compatibility, you know, so reliable, but I had no idea that, like, that was because the CPU was basically like it evolved. What was it called? The flipper?
Yeah, there was the flipper and... Oh, jeez, yeah. What was the... Oh, man, now I need to look these up.
Because that was, like... That was the Wii U's, like, architectural shortcoming, because the GPU was actually, like, significantly more modernized than what the Xbox 360 and PS3 had.
It was still PowerPC based, though, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the GPU architecture was, but my understanding is that it did. You know.
Oh, the Gecko was the CPU in the GameCube.
Okay.
The Flipper was the GPU. Yeah, I mean that's the reason though that I mean like the Wii was such like a direct, like it wasn't even like an evolution. It was like a descendant really of the GameCube one.
Oh yeah.
Like you could think of the Wii U as more of a like you know, a descendant, like something more different, but like essentially the Wii emulation worked the same way in that they locked out certain functional areas of the CPU to actually launch the Wii. And I know that there were mods that you could make to the Wii, whatever you call it, to the Wii firmware itself, where it could also play emulated GameCube games natively from like a memory card or SD card rather on the Wii U.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, it was crazy. I like that though. It's just like too bad that hardware evolution wasn't on something more modern and standard, because it would have been a benefit, you know.
For the record, I'm currently trying to untangle my cables from behind my monitors and stuff here. I don't think this cable's going to reach the way I wanted it to. I hate that. Why can't the ports on this TV be on the other side of it?
So you need to take the try advice, and you gotta feed that cable through your wall into some nebulous area. Go into the wall, some interdimensional shift, come out to some other end.
Doing pretty good. I think this could be the time.
Be interesting to see, like, I mean, I guess more of like interesting from just a like curious engineering standpoint of like locking out the ARM 4 in the Switch to see if you could actually like reproduce the ARM processors in the GBA or in the DS for native emulation. Although at that point, it's probably like not even worth it.
I understand that the reason that GBA like never came to the 3DS officially is because Nintendo did not like how it had to work. You know, it kind of, I think, gave access to parts of the system that they wish it didn't require access to do that.
I mean, you'd think it would be the same though with normal DS stuff, right?
Well, I mean, I don't really know the details, but I don't know if that's just speculation on why they didn't like it, but you know, I mean it's kind of going a layer too deep like GameCube on Wii U, I guess.
Yeah, I follow I forget the name of the guy. The guy that made the real first like cycle accurate SNES emulator.
I follow you?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I follow him on Twitter, and I mean, he's definitely a kind of a weird sort of character, but like he has a lot of like good technical information. And it's interesting to read his thoughts and stuff. Like he actually makes the argument that these systems that use FPGAs are like virtually no different than software.
Yeah, I mean it's frustrating though, because I mean there was a big blog post that like caused a whole lot of upset, and
apparently there's more to this than
yeah. I mean the thing that frustrates me about it, and don't get me wrong, like, you know, obviously I'm a hardware guy, but I think that the work done on emulators, especially the kind of stuff BU's done, is hugely important. But the thing that drives me nuts about it is, you know, I think BU is so focused on the accuracy of the code rather than like the real world execution of that code. And, you know, the fact that the FPGA can be a much lower power thing, just running the thing as it is with no operating system, no additional overhead of any kind, that, you know, it creates that predictable, you know, environment. Whereas, you know, you're running this cycle accurate emulator, well, you don't know what kind of machine it's really going to be executed on. And that experience, if it is a, you know, super top of the line computer, you know, will be extraordinarily accurate, but not necessarily if it's not, because, you know, even if the game, you know, no obvious glitches happen in the game, you know, you're running into issues where, you know, the frames aren't coming out the correct pace, and, you know, there's all kinds of, you know, additional errors like that, you know, so it's not the same thing. That does not, I mean, the validity of the code is outstanding. Both are only as good as the person who, you know, reverse engineered it. And obviously BU has, you know, basically was BU's like life work to, you know, master the Super Nintendo hardware. And that's a tremendous achievement. But I think, you know, there's this big disconnect, I think, between, there's a big disconnect between, you know, what the public's perception of emulation and what the purpose of emulation is for a lot of like the really hardcore coders, because for them it's more like preservation. For BU it is, you know, preservation of the SNES's code at the expense of usability. You know, I understand that BU was not that into like, having some user-friendly elements added to Higan, until eventually it's just like, oh, okay, fine. But the public's perception of emulation is, I can play games for free. I can play games without having to buy the old hardware. I can play these games without playing the old game. It has it has less to do to them than the preservation side of it. So I think there's a huge disconnect between what the authors are doing and what the public playing it is doing. Or how they perceive the function and purpose of it. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. I mean, I still, like, I get his standpoint, though, too.
I get it, but I get so sick of seeing these arguments of, like, it's the same thing with Xbox and PS5, right? It's like, mine must be better. My way must be better. And I get so sick of seeing that, it's the retro game community's version of, Xbox versus PS5. And it's just like,
oh yeah.
It's just like, so, your method of play does not have to win.
Right.
It's okay for all of us to be playing games in different ways.
View also is, like I said before, like an interesting sort of character. He's effectively the same age as me. I think he's like 2 years older, but his, he's been in that scene since he's been a kid, since like the late 90s. And like, he's just lived in that scene. So like, a lot of his arguments and a lot of the, maybe not even the argument, like maybe they're sound, solid arguments, but a lot of the emotion behind them feel very kind of immature.
Internet?
Yeah, very internet. And especially like, because he does ramble quite a bit. I don't know, conceptually I get the difference. I personally have a whole, like, even when you bring up like preservation and stuff, I think like, I don't know. I don't have a high opinion of it because I feel like, I feel like there's more focus on like singular versus broad, right? Like we need the perfect like reproduction of this one like game versus like going for like a broad complete to me it's like, okay, it's like if I compare it to another medium, and you say like, well, maybe you want to have like maybe you want to preserve like one of the original manuscripts of like a Shakespeare. Like this is not preserving the language or like notes, or it's like trying to like preserve the very fibers of the paper.
The difference with preserving Shakespeare and preserving video games is a video game isn't going to run and without a documented understanding of how the software was programmed to run on a specific piece of hardware. Shakespeare, you can preserve it without the original manuscript. It's just text, right?
Gentlemen, if I may interrupt this Shakespearean conversation.
Lend me your ears.
I am going to push the power button.
Oh no.
Somebody cue up an explosion, sort of. No, it'll be fine.
Like, my expectation the first time is always just like sparks and fire and ear disintegrating noises.
You gotta like kind of like look away, put the hand up, like, ugh.
I don't even know where the power button on this case is. It's so big, I need to send out like a search party to scout for it. Oh, I think this is it. It's very like PlayStation, like hidden into the design kind of thing.
Ugh.
Sands are spinning.
That's a good start.
Monitor turn to black.
There we go. Are the audio
Two.
cables sufficiently colored, lit?
New CPU installed. Please enter setup to configure your system. No keyboard detected. Press F1 to continue. That's true. I don't have a keyboard. I hadn't thought about that. Okay. So, like, if I'm getting a BIOS screen, Bernie, stop calling out the door. If I'm getting a BIOS screen, that's with like things detected and everything, I should probably be good, right?
I think so. I mean, make sure. I mean, go to the BIOS and make sure that it's reading like the amount of RAM that you thought you put in, and it's reading all your hard drives, and it's reading, your CPU is giving you the correct specs.
I would choose your boot order now, though, because usually that's always the annoying thing.
I mean, I need a keyboard to do that.
I would recommend hooking up a keyboard.
Interesting. Controversial opinion, but I'll consider it. Let's see, total memory, 16 gigabytes.
16 gigabits.
2 drives, 2 SSDs. Okay, everything looks like it's detected.
Detect your floppy drive.
I mean, I haven't installed that yet, sadly, but...
Man, way back in the day, I had an iOmega tape drive backup system in my case.
Whoa.
Yeah.
In your case?
Yeah. No, like I installed the drive.
Fly!
It fit into like, where you would put a CD drive, that sort of port.
Is there any wisdom on power supply eco mode?
Oh, good. I didn't have to do the mega power thing.
I
that a
don't
thing
really have an
that you
opinion
should
on
just
it, but my gut would
use,
say
or
turn
is there
it off.
That was a perfect Megalore fight.
Like the power supply manual is just like, oh yeah, this just means your fan will only turn on if it needs to be on, which extends the life of your power supply fan, which sounds like a good idea.
As long as it's not at the expense of other components, like having too much heat, right? Like,
well, and I was talking to Tri before the stream about this. Like, I'd never seen a power supply where you could flip it either intake fan up or down. Like, the case has a filter with, like, air holes on the bottom.
Yeah.
And, like, I'm used to, like, a power supply being at the top.
Wait,
with the intake fan being pointed down.
Isn't this different? I don't remember him tossing these enemies.
But, like, from what I understand, it's recommended to point the intake fan down outside of the case so you're only cooling your power supply with fresh, cool air.
Oh gosh. Oh no.
Oh, so I have my PC hooked up to my TV, and I have HDMI cables running over to my desk, so I can use it at my desk if I want. Got sick of like getting up to walk over to turn on the PC anytime I wanted to use it. So I spent like an hour configuring it to work with my Amazon Echoes to do Wake Up on Land. So now all I have to do is tell them, turn the computer on, wake up on land, which is an interesting thing I didn't even know existed, kicks it on. It's pretty neat.
Oh.
Some neat shit. I guess if you run it in that mode, and if your Ethernet card / motherboard supports it, it will draw a small amount of power to keep that alive that's waiting for a packet to come from within your network to create a on signal. The more you know.
I've never had a PC case that had like actual dust filters in it before. I don't know if that's also
like
just a given these days. What's that?
They just like, they get so dirty that like, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's easier to let the dust come in, blow it all off once, and be done with it.
Yeah.
Are they internal dust filters, or are they like external magnetic ones, or
External.
like that? Oh, okay. And
I don't know if this even go on.
Die! Die! No! 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 No!
I really regret not being able to see the stream right
I don't know what it means, but he was apparently KO'd in round 15, which sounds far along.
now. That does sound significantly far into a true arena.
I'm okay, Sandy. I'm okay. Yes, I love you too. Yeah, I'm okay. I mean, Kirby's not okay. Magalore's soul had a sliver of health left, and I was sweating profusely and cracking. So I couldn't. I forgot too much about how that fight worked. I can do it next time, though. Oh. I could have fired that shot when he was doing that diagonal blast, but I kind of think he's immune at that point, but I'm not positive, so I erred on the side of caution and did not shoot because I was afraid I'd fall into it. I was having a really hard time hitting him in his window when he's doing those quick teleports too. I was kind of out of sync with him. Sandy, you want to go pee? Let's go pee. Oh.
I was enjoying the luxury of being able to stick my cables into the back part of the tower and not having to worry about them like getting in the way of a fan or anything. And now I'm trying to close that part of my case and I'm in trouble.
That's always a pain in the ass. Like, I remember like really having to like push down.
No one
Maybe you
warns.
just need another section to manage that side of the case. Maybe they need like a third. the cable management side. I wonder when Try lets Sandy out to go pee if he doesn't just take a little leak out there himself. I would do that.
I mean, in the winter, hell yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm a fan of peeing outside anytime, but yeah, I agree.
I don't know that this SATA drive thing was thought through with the proper level of care. Because, like, the back end of the drives are facing the back side of the case.
Yes.
And the cables are plugging straight into the drive. And you know how the SATA cables have, like, 3 connectors per cable, and you gotta, like, bunch them up and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
That bunch is bulging out of the side of the case, and I don't know if there's anything I can do about that.
I mean, generally, I would have the pins facing towards the outside of the case, not the inside, right?
You mean the front? The more open side of the case?
Yes.
But the
Towards
cable management, like the way the cable management runs in this case, all the ports are on the rear side of the case. The closed side of the case, if you will. This reminds me, for many a year, I just had a SATA drive in my old tower, just like dangling, not attached to anything, because I didn't have a mount for it, and it seemed like the kind of thing that didn't really need a mount. And I was right; it works fine.
That's the sound of a man that just peed outside.
Yeah.
That's the sound of a man that is currently peeing outside.
We were discussing, like, when you let Sandy out, if maybe you don't just, take a little pee yourself.
Well, I did, but not outside.
Oh man.
But I gotta tell you, all the sweat on the back of my shirt sure was cold outside.
I mean, I guess your place is not really private enough to,
I could get away with it if it weren't for like all the second story windows. One of my neighbors behind my house, like, is just like always leaves, like not always, but like a significant amount of the time just has their upstairs and downstairs blinds just open like all the time. And it just like weirds me out that it's just like, they're just like okay with like people like in the daytime you can't see inside, of course, but at nighttime you just see right inside. It's just like, it feels awkward.
I mean, I appreciate that though, right? It's like, it's you or them, right? Like,
what exactly are the public decency laws in your own backyard? Like, if you have a backyard like Try that is just surrounded by other houses and their windows, could he just like walk into his backyard nude if he wanted to?
I'm pretty sure you can't.
Yeah, I don't think so.
The homeowners association would probably not be pleased.
Well, I didn't know. I woke up in Russia this morning.
So, like, Drum, do you have enough privacy in your yard, like in your backyard?
There are areas of the backyard that I could do such things if I was so moved.
Have you?
No.
Damn.
But I've wanted to.
Oh, man. Like, I just remember being a kid, and, like, anytime we'd roll in from, like, some trip somewhere, trip to grandma's house or something, and I had to pee, I immediately got out of the car and just, like, went behind a tree. Like, like, didn't even, like, make a break for going inside, you know? Like, I'm just gonna pee outside.
If you want to see Drum's backyard, Xavier, go watch the beginning of the 3DS like video output and capture video I did.
All right, take a look.
I mean, it's just a little glimpse.
Well, that was just like on the back porch, wasn't it?
Yeah, you might be able to see some of the trees though. I forget. Now, I mean, maybe such things are allowed in, like, Canada or something. Like, maybe boys could tell us, because I definitely remember when I think I was at I think it was at, like, a campground in, like, New Brunswick or something. And there was an RV there from, I think, with a Quebec license plate, and like I definitely remember, like, the guy, like, I think he got back from swimming or something. He was just outside, you know, changing his clothes, underwear, and all, like just outside his camper.
So, like, when you were both kids and you went on, like, any sort of, you know, vacation or whatever, like, car trip with your family, if you had to pee and there was not anything nearby, like, would you just pull over and go?
I do not recall having ever done that.
Really?
Although there were probably times I should have.
Oh, man.
Man, I mean, there was one time, I mean, there was nothing, and me and my mom were stuck in traffic going to my aunt and uncle's house, and it was like up on a mountain. Like, it was like going down the mountain right before, like, you know, the flat areas at the end of the mountains, and it like, I mean, there was just no end in sight, and I had to go number 2 so bad. I think that is the worst I have ever had to poop in my entire life. It was pure misery. And that's a little different from just needing to pee, you know?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, we know for Drum that he only pees in front of police barracks, you know? Yeah. He has to go.
We never pulled over in the middle of nowhere, but there was one time, I want to say I was in, like, kindergarten or something, and we were on the interstate, and my oldest brother farted, and it was, like, super bad, and I just puked in the car.
I can't imagine a fart smelling so bad that I would puke.
And then, to tie this in, that ended with me, like, standing by the side of the road with my pants off as my dad shook them out of vomit.
Sandy thinks all this laughing and big talking is because of the exciting things happening in Kirby right now. she's bouncing back and forth, looking at Kirby and the bosses.
When my sister was younger, she always used to get like car sick. She couldn't like read or do anything in a car, basically. So when she had a couple kids, she would keep this giant, like, round sealable plastic container for them, like, if they got sick in the car. And she called it the yuck bucket. And I just remember riding around with, like, my niece and nephew when they were younger and, like, not feeling well in the car, so she would, like, quickly, like, hand them the yuck bucket. And they'd be like, I don't want to hold the yuck bucket. It's just making me sick thinking about the yuck bucket.
When we were little and like home from school sick, we had the barf bowl.
The barf bowl.
Like was it just one shared bowl, but like for like if you were sick, did you was it like, well, we need to break out the barf bowl now, or did everybody have their own barf bowl?
Was there a bowl that you used only for barfing?
Yeah, that's yeah.
Like did you sometimes use it for popcorn?
Yeah, I feel like it was the last bowl used, but occasionally it was used for food.
You know, John told a pretty good story to me one time about his brother talking on a little radio in the car.
Oh,
like a CB radio?
Yeah, we had a Sandy, you need to calm down.
Kirby is very excited. You don't understand.
She's excited about the barf bowl.
Yeah, we had a CB radio in the car, and for a while, like we mostly just like listened to truck drivers talking to each other, and then I think we might. I forget if we could get like police radio on it as well. But my middle brother was like, I'm the youngest. My middle brother was talking to a lady trucker at one point, and she mentioned something about like needing to find a rest stop pretty soon. And my brother was like, well, you know, us guys, we can just pull over and whip it out on the side of the road. And just this old lady trucker just cackling away.
I was just picturing the, like, Drum and one of his brothers both being home from school sick, and it's like, well, you both gotta share the barf bowl. We only got one barf bowl in this household.
Whew, that was almost really poorly done. I mean, it was really poorly done, but it could have been a disaster. I need to stop doing not amazing on these mini bosses.
Troy, do we have a release date for Ratchet and Clank yet?
I don't think so.
That's got to be soon, right? Like sometime early next year.
I'd like to. I'm hoping for the spring, but I don't think that's really based on anything other than like, for some reason when it was first announced, I was under the impression it was a launch game when apparently that was never really supposed to be the case. And so I was like really, I was really bummed that it was not a launch game.
Yeah, I thought, like, for some reason I thought it was launch window, like, you know, couple months, you know.
It could be.
Because I don't really know what else
I mean,
I would want until then.
I mean, you've never played a Ratchet and Clank, have you?
No.
I mean, they're really, really good.
Are they? Is it by the same? Is it by Insomniac?
It is Insomniac, yeah.
Did they make Jack and Daxter, or was that?
That was Naughty Dog.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I played the first Jack and Daxter.
They did. Insomniac did Spyro, then Ratchet and Clank. They sort of dabbled in a bunch of different things the previous generation, but yeah, I mean, Ratchet and Clank has kind of been their long time standby. You know, that kind of their calling card, especially starting with Ratchet and Clank, is they kind of have a proclivity for making some like weapons with somewhat outside the box functionality. Like they just behave a little differently, you know, than just. I mean, you know, they've got some pretty normal type weapons, but they've also got, you know, some kind of more interesting, fun ones as well. And that's kind of carried over to like there was like a alternate history, like, you know, like after World War II, like Aliens series that they made on the PS3 that I've not played, but I mean, I understand those are kind of similar to Ratchet and Clank in the sense that they kind of have, you know, some unique weapon functionality. But like, I kind of think of Ratchet and Clank like from a gameplay perspective, like almost like what 3D Contra could have been. Like, because it's very much like, you know, bullets moving across the screen and stuff like that, you know. You know, like where you're dodging bullets and your bullets like move at a perceptible speed, you know, kind of old school shooter style rather than, you know, immediate bang.
Oh, okay. Huh. I
Speaking
feel
of
like
which, I've been enjoying Nier Automata.
Oh yeah, I saw that on your Now Playing. I imagine you're further into that than I am. Corey's actually been replaying it. He didn't love it the first time he played it, which surprised me because, like, you know, normally he really likes Platinum games, and he really liked the first Nier, which is, you know, the first Nier is an acquired taste for sure.
I saw Lynn play some of that, and it didn't look nearly as interesting as Automata.
No,
what is this whole game like?
So the original Nier was this like really janky Square Enix game on the PS3 and 360. That like years later I discovered had this like really impassioned fan base because it's got like an incredible soundtrack and kind of an unusual story, but it doesn't really play very well. And then Platinum Games is like kind of known for being like, you know, kind of the masters of the modern third-person action game. And you know, so Nier Automata like was, you know, kind of went on to become extremely well regarded, you know, for its gameplay too. And Anyway, Corey's been replaying on the PS5 lately, and he's liked it much more. I was surprised he didn't like it that much the first time. Just even though I haven't played myself, I mean, I was just assuming based on his tastes he would like it, and the fact that it was really well received. But like he said that he doesn't think he was really like focusing on it the way that he should have, and now he's like just kind of like taking his time and taking it in more. And I guess it's kind of the first thing with the first Nier. I did 2 or 3 endings in the first Nier, but he's like working, I think, on the 3rd ending now. And he says it's like people say it's like definitely pretty important to play like the extra endings in it. I mean, I think in some ways people say it almost feels like just the beginning when you beat it the first time.
Yeah.
So I don't know a lot about that, but yeah, I mean, it's funny to think, is this might be the first time that you've played further into a PS4 game than me.
Yeah, I forgot you hadn't actually played it yet.
Yeah, it's been kind of on my mind lately, though. Maybe I will play it soon.
But yeah, it's like very light character action so far, anyway. Where you have a light and heavy attack, and then you can vary that up for little combos. But the thing I really liked is that you also have this little droid flying around, and you can just shoot like a Contra machine gun stream of bullets at enemies with that, and you're aiming with the right stick. And a lot of times when you're running around the world, the camera will shift, so it's like a 2D side-scroller view, and you're just locked into that plane for a while.
Huh.
So it varies it up in fun ways, and yeah, I don't know how to answer your question without spoiling anything for Try. But I'm a little after when a big hole appeared in the ground, not all that far, probably, I don't know, into Route A.
Xavier, you should look up Yoko Taro. He's the director of the Nier games. You should look
real quick.
You should look up a picture of him.
One of my friends really loved the first one and was shocked that they even made a second.
Oh yeah, it was because it wasn't it was very much a cult game, but it was not well reviewed. It got really bad reviews, actually.
But Automata did pretty good, I think.
Oh yeah, it was universally praised. Yeah.
The picture of him is wearing some mask.
Yes, I don't think there exists I don't think anyone knows what he looks like. He's always wearing that mask.
Well, that's disturbing.
This Galactica Knight fight is not going well.
I mean, he kind of looks like a Tim Burton character. He kind of looks like Jack Skellington, Oh, he worked on Drakengard too.
Yeah, and
demo of the first way.
It's oh crap. Nier, my understanding is Nier, the continuity of Nier follows the 3rd alternate ending of Drakengard 2 or something like that.
Oh, weird.
The first Nier. Yeah, it is weird.
Oh, the setting for Drakengard is Midgard. So original.
Yeah, it's the Emo was a character in Nier 1. He's always wearing that mask. Whew, okay.
So this is random. I was thinking I really wanted to. I mean, I'd have to download and emulate or whatever. But a GBA game that I really loved back in the day, but never beat. I think I got several hours into it. But I think Drum has strong opinions on this, maybe? And that is Golden Sun.
You know,
I vaguely remember Drum having opinions, but I don't remember if they were good or bad or why.
The thing with Golden Sun is, I don't think it's a game you're going to like revisiting. Because, like, I liked Golden Sun 1. Golden Sun 2, like, the first half was really bad, the second half was good. But then, like, years later, they finally did a third game on DS. And, like, I was just like, oh my gosh, like, the characters just, like, talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And it, like, the way that they just talk on and on and on is just, like, kind of annoying. And I was like,
I
was complaining
them, like, they ended with prompts like, do you agree, yes or no?
Yeah. But like, I was complaining about this on the Backloggery, and people were like, oh yeah, the first two were like that too, and I was like, no. And people were like, oh no, yeah, they were pretty much just as talky. I'm like, I don't remember that at all. But like, I mean,
could I borrow your keyboard?
The
doesn't seem to be working. So.
I mean, like, the puzzles are pretty good. Like, I definitely liked kind of like the magic abilities you could use in the overworld for the puzzles. And like, there weren't random encounters when you were on a puzzle floor, so that was always appreciated. But then, like, I was really annoyed because, like, you know, the series has like the story is not really resolved.
No spoilers.
Well,
that was a spoiler.
I would be very curious how you would react if you were to give it another try. Okay, we're gonna need serious time here. I'm going for Magalore Soul here.
Drum, didn't you have strong opinions about it?
Shut up.
Or was that in my head?
Yeah, I despise Golden Sun and everything it's in.
Really?
Just purely from the talking, that is, like, inane prattle going on endlessly is, like, kryptonite for me on RPGs, and that is all that game was. Like, I don't think I got, like, a half hour into that game before I tapped out.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense. I mean, I feel like, maybe it's changed over the years, but I feel like traditionally, you didn't love RPGs.
I mean, part of that was the great
now is not time to be like Golden Sun and talk a bunch.
You just focus, man. We're having a sidebar here.
I want to watch over you.
What was it? The great what?
Did you ever play Etrian Odyssey?
No, but I'm aware of it.
Great game. I really enjoyed it. And then after you beat the game, there was a bonus dungeon that was just complete bullshit. And I kept banging my head against it. Like, it was like paths that, like, fake floors you would fall through and have to start at the beginning of the dungeon again. And, like, that kind of stuff everywhere. One-way roads you were intertwining through. It was god-awful. And that kind of broke me on RPGs for like a decade, so that's probably what you're thinking of.
I think so, probably. That makes sense.
But I like RPGs again now.
Oh, okay.
In other news, I have plugged in a keyboard and hit F1.
It took you quite a while to build up to that point.
Well, I have a keyboard that it just stopped working randomly. Maybe it needs a new battery. It's a wireless keyboard. But
is it the one with the touchpad mouse?
No, that's actually the one that I gave to Lynn and now am borrowing again from her.
I still have that. You recommended that way back in the day, and it is very good if you're in front of a TV, especially.
Yeah, it is fantastic if you need to fry grease, I see.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
I think,
oh no.
like, it was over a year ago. I popped the... I think you won.
Something like that. He either won or he's working on his cosplay.
That's true. Sometimes I can't tell the difference between his cry and his laugh. So I was saying, I think about a year ago, I popped open the battery compartment on that keyboard. Batteries had blown up, like exploded. Still working. They're still kicking. Like, how's it feel, Troy?
I don't know yet.
It's like, I don't feel it all.
Xavier, what is your CPU temperature idle at?
Let me kick the
Yeah,
system on.
Sam.
I'm actually on my laptop right now.
Oh.
Look. It probably idles high though. Like I've done heat tests and stuff. Like that fan is not good enough for that CPU.
Ooh, what's going on? What's this? Whoa. There's a secret movie.
Oh.
You're a true Kirby master. Now a special movie is available in the theater. I assume that's the special movie I just watched.
Mine appears to be idling at 30 degrees Celsius, if that helps you at all, Xavier.
Switching over. Give me one moment. What app are you using to? I'm sure I have it. I have a few. I know.
It's just the BIOS screen telling me that.
Okay.
What you doing?
Switch over.
I'm okay, Sandy. I'm okay. My arms are going to be sore tomorrow, though. That was a lot of waggle for Spark, Sandy.
So real temp is telling me it's idling around 38 degrees, 37 to 38.
So it might be the same. Like I assume getting into Windows will boost the temperature a little bit.
Yeah, it's cooling down a tiny bit. It actually gives 4 different temp readings. I don't know if it's like on a per core basis or something. Around 35, 36. I mean, but not only is that a packed case, but that's, like you saw, that fan is a nothing fan. So, I don't know. I'm not pleased. Anytime I have to do anything with even a modicum of like CPU intensity, it starts to get up there. It doesn't like hit the danger zone, but like if I did anything even more intensive, it certainly would. I know.
Woo!
Yeah, it's kind of going down a little bit now too, like 32, 33. You should download the Real Temp app eventually when you get into Windows, and we should try the test because I bet yours would last much longer than mine.
Last. What is this test?
Well, it tries doing intensive CPU processes and monitors the temperature while it does it.
Does it like fail out at some point or something?
Oh, I mean it'll stop. There's actually a benchmark test too where it'll just like do it for like 5 or 10 seconds and then give you a score in it too.
The title screen has a green Kirby now.
Oh.
Is he supposed to be Game Boy Kirby?
Is there a reason to install Windows 10 Pro versus Home?
I mean, Pro, I think, gives you... I mean, it's mostly for, like, network features that businesses need, if I'm not mistaken, but... You know, I can't think of exactly what, but I feel like there's definitely been things that I have been annoyed by in home version, like just little interface things, but I can't remember specifics enough. Like for example, like I want to say in home, like there's a Cortana button instead of just like the regular search.
Kyo says you choose when to restart for updates in Pro, and that's good enough for me.
You can also turn on and off that Cortana button and the search bar.
I mean, I like.
Oh yeah,
I
definitely did that.
I like the regular search function because I don't know how to find things just like organically in Windows since like 7.
You hit the Windows key plus R and you type location.
Well, I know that's what I do. Like, I used to just like, you know, hit start and go places, but now the world is weird and hitting start and going places isn't as easy as it used to be. I guess just typing is
difference between
better, but...
Pro and Pro M.
Oh, Pro N or M? Because
N is a never.
Sounds like a random letter that they toss on the end of a Japanese video game.
I would almost say it's for like mobile stuff, but let's see.
Is that the Kingdom Hearts version of Windows?
Oh, it says
Windows other N.
It says Windows Pro N is just Windows Pro, but without Windows Media Player and related technologies installed, including music, video, voice recorder, and Skype.
That sounds kind of good.
Yeah, I would take it. Apparently, it was just really kind of made for the European market. I guess probably something to do with antitrust stuff there, I'd guess.
Wait, what does it do?
Does that voice stuff include the speech recognition engine that I definitely need?
That's a good question. Is the speech recognition engine related to anything built into Windows? Probably not, I would say. I mean, well, that's a good question. If it's using the Windows speech recognition app, you're probably going to want it.
I could probably get like surely Europeans, if they want to use like Media Player or something, they can go and download it. Surely they could also use the voice stuff if that is included.
True.
I think I'm feeling a little European today.
Oh, you're going to download and everything's going to be 17% slower, 50 hertz.
But I'll be free, damn it.
I feel like Europeans pee outside. So.
So next game, I brought down a stack of games that I was going to let the chat decide what's next. Feeling like sticking with Wii/GameCube. So I'm definitely feeling something, pretty casual after an intense 2.5 hours of True Arena. I don't know how to make a actual poll in the chat.
If you're using the Twitch dashboard, there's a button. Otherwise, you have to do like exclamation point poll, and then there's a syntax that I'd never remember.
So it won't like bring up a window after I hit exclamation mark poll?
No, it might tell you the command in more detail if you do that. Actually, I think I could do it from the Twitch app here, maybe.
Oh.
What poll would you like?
What game to play?
What game can you play?
Well, I brought down 3 Wii games and 3 GameCube games.
Actually, let me find where I make the freaking poll first.
All of these are unfinished. And one of the games I brought down has actually already been mentioned, but I don't know if it's going to win. These are, for the most part, kind of oddball choices here, but
I don't see a.
Most of them are something I think will be
poll.
pretty easy to get into.
I think the Twitch mobile app is garbage for this kind of thing.
Oh.
So you're on your own.
Ugh. Well, should I just
Here, let's do some internet-y make a poll thing. There's got to be some.
It's
Popular
got a
one.
straw poll.
Huh?
Got a straw poll.
Oh, okay.
Draw poll.
Can I do that without an account?
Here, I'm doing it
Yeah.
for you. Tell me what you want for your options.
Okay. I mean, are you logged into where you can paste in the Twitch chat? Where you can paste the link to
Yeah.
it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The Wii games are Cruisin'.
Oh god.
Wait, we?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I forgot that one.
It's just called Cruisin'. You know what I heard? I don't know which it was first, but I think like in like Europe or Australia, it's a Fast and the Furious game. Excite Truck.
Oh god.
And I forget what the subtitle is on this. Nights on the Wii. I think it's Nights Journey into Dreams. And then the 3 GameCube games are
Okay.
Kirby Air Ride.
Ugh.
Yeah, say that. You can say that again. Star Fox Assault, which I am in progress in, but I haven't played it in like probably almost a year. And Lego Star Wars 1.
Lego Star Wars just 1.
I mean, it's the first one.
Oh.
It's the prequel trilogy one.
Okay. So we got those 4. You just want them to pick 1, right?
One of those 6 games.
Yes. Or yeah. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, allow multiple poll answers. No. A title is required.
Just what we'll try play. Star Fox Assault, I'm on like, I don't know, like the 4th level or something maybe? Like that game is so interesting because it makes such a strong first impression with the first level. It's pretty good.
There is your poll.
Oh, how about it?
Current results, 0 votes. We're getting votes coming in.
Oh,
Man,
if I click on results, do they update live?
No. Kirby Air Ride's winning, so...
Oh, they do. They are updating live.
Oh, are they?
Oh, no. Why are people voting for Kirby Air Ride?
Why did you include it? You knew it was going to win.
I didn't think people would actually want to watch it.
I'm saying, Jerome, we got to team up on, like, Let's Do Knights or Star Fox or something.
I already voted for Air Ride.
You vote for it because you're not even watching the stream, really.
That is exactly why I voted for it.
Oh, come on, Star Fox.
Oh, what do I need to do it, Air Ride? I don't know.
I would never put Air Fortress on a poll because I know damn well it would win.
I mean, I don't think Air Ride is quite for me what Air Fortress is for you. I don't think it's entirely comparable.
Like if I put Air Fortress on a poll, I would just start playing Air Fortress because it's the same result.
I mean, the thing is, I just didn't believe people would want to watch it. Thought it was safe to put
it looks
on
like
it.
we have all the votes in. There hasn't been enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I guess it's Air Ride. I guess we are. I guess we're sticking with Kirby.
I'm gonna vote from my phone. No.
You know, the last time I played Air Ride, I think was at the end of the last marathon. Which, man, let me tell you, like, Kirby's Air Ride, after you've been playing games for 24 hours, like, that's like the best mindset to be playing Kirby Air Ride. Because it's just like, you're just like, I don't care about anything right now. You just have a GameCube controller in your hands. You don't do whatever you do in Kirby Air Ride.
Get bonus!
Breaking news, Windows is getting files ready for install.
Well, you should be about 5 hours away.
Yeah.
If memory serves me correctly.
I mean, I could just, like, ghetto stream my TV Windows installation from my phone, and it would be about as entertaining as Kirby's Air Ride.
Man, so you're actually doing a full refresh? Is there any reason?
Oh, I love a fresh install. Oh, there's nothing more, like, freeing than, like, having nothing in Windows and then being like, I'm only going to install what I need. You know?
Yeah, I mean, my Windows installation on one of my SSDs is fine, but the M2 drive is quicker, so it makes sense to install Windows on that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I am all about a fresh install. Fresh start.
I mean, I would do a new install versus like a clone. Clones always lead to disaster from my experience.
I don't think I've ever done a clone.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I would definitely be skeptical of it with basis and nothing, but...
Yeah, but I'm with Try. I like a fresh install.
I mean,
I don't know. It's a little annoying at first when you're like, "Oh shit, I forgot I needed to download that program." But you just gotta start over sometimes.
The extra long controller cord does not reach as well from the GameCube as I thought it would. Let me. Do I have controller extensions down here, or are they upstairs?
Getting files ready for installation, 99%. Buckle up, people. Restarting in 5 seconds. Click to restart now.
I might have to go get a GameCube extension upstairs.
I think Try.
What about a Wavebird? No Wavebird?
Putting off Kirby's Air Ride in any way he can.
I mean, if you need to get an extension for that, I think Wavebird is the way to go.
Yeah. Good controller.
Yeah. And I've been eating like garbage for the past couple weeks. Work's been busy.
Same.
Shit.
Very much the same. Like my mom, every year since I moved far away from home where she can't visit easily, on my birthday she will send a birthday box, and the birthday box contains homemade cookies and homemade Chex Mix and stuff like that. So that came in October, and then I don't get a lot of Halloween candy, but I get a handful of Reese's pumpkins and stuff. Actually, that's not true. I munch on a bag of little Reese's Minis throughout October. And then Lynn's birthday was December 4th.
Shit.
And she was like, "Oh, for my birthday this year, I want some cake pans, and you can use them to bake a cake for me." I was like, "Sure, I can do that." And I did that, and I made, well, let me back up. First, my mom sends me too many cookies in the birthday box. And every time I bring it up, she's like, "Oh, you can share with your friends." And this year, I definitely could not share them with my friends.
Right.
She still sent me the same amount of cookies.
We're just going to have to eat those, man. You don't want to, insult your mother,
I mean, they're good cookies. On the plus side, they refrigerate well, or they freeze well. So you can freeze them and then thaw them out when it's time for more cookies.
Oh, man.
But anyway, so then I make this cake for Lynn for her birthday, and it's basically just a giant brownie. And once again, you can't share it with your friends like you normally would a birthday cake.
Right.
So it's just me and Lynn eating this giant brownie for a week.
Oh, God.
You're
playing diabetes roulette with that,
And then my mom, for the first time ever, decided to send Lynn a birthday box in the mail. So we got a brand new supply of homemade cookies and stuff.
Well, man, I'm a little under 2 months away from my birthday, so if your mother would like to send me a birthday box as well, forward my address on. Oh, that was funny.
And then a friend of ours, very sweetly, she misses us. I guess she's done it in previous years, but I didn't really remember. But she baked all our friends in the friend group cookies, and she cookie elfed to everyone's house and left them on their doorstep. So we got another batch of cookies from that.
Oh, God.
And then to top it off, Lynn and I made some eggnog for the first time. And it's about 10 cups of eggnog, and about 3 cups of that is various hard liquors.
Oh, God.
And that you put in the refrigerator. And apparently you're supposed to put it in there for, and wait as, long as you can. Even, over a year, and it just keeps getting better.
Really? Huh. I've never made eggnog, but it's delicious.
So I might well, I don't know. Oops, no, hang on. So basically, to beat this game, the closest thing there is to beating the game. Oh, and by the way, you cannot use these are free checkoffs over here, and I was like, oh, I'm going to use it to break the one where you have to fill it over 100, which is the credits. It does not let you use it there. So basically, I have to fill in 20 more. Unless I unlock more free ones, then it might be 19 or something. Yeah, I have to get 100 before I can get the credits. So, this game, there are people who are very passionate about this game. They were the people who had the right friend group for it at the right time. But if you didn't, there's no way to get into this game now. It's just it does not play very well. But apparently people who had the time and incentive to get into the minutia of its mechanics, they love it. They friggin' love it. Oh yeah, and then you see people who are hardcore Air Ride fans are like, oh, you have barely touched City Trial. I mean, people are all about City Trial. But it's it's not very fun to play by yourself. And I can't get Drum and Lynn to play this game with me. I tried.
Hell no.
I tried, Sandy. Sandy, will you play Kirby Air Ride with me? Would you play Kirby Air Ride with me, Sandy?
Man.
She's looking at me like, this has something to do with something you can eat, doesn't it? Would you like?
Speaking of eating,
would you like? That's Sandy's favorite
I need to find
phrase.
some
would you
more
like?
garbage to eat until I get motivation to eat good again.
But yeah, I think you can get credits on any mode, but obviously, I'm closest to doing it on this Beanstalk Park in 58 seconds. I'm pretty sure I've tried to do that one. And here's the thing, I am not talented at this game. And I really like the feel of this dumpy looking box. As much as I like the feel of anything in this game, I like how this box controls. But it doesn't charge up, but it's just everything else just slides around really weird. You have to really get into the mechanics of it. And it's really difficult to boost well in this game. Did that challenge say 58 seconds in Beans. Oh, this isn't Beanstalk Park, is it? I thought it was.
Oh man, what should I eat for dinner tonight? Do I have pizza?
I had a frozen pizza for lunch.
Oh.
I had a frozen pizza for dinner, just like every Monday.
I was thinking of that when I ate that frozen pizza for lunch. I thought Drum and Lynn will have a frozen pizza for dinner.
Is that really a Monday thing you do? Wow.
Yeah, I'm the one that usually cooks dinner, and I don't really want to mess with cooking dinner right before a stream, so...
Okay. You know what? Maybe I'm gonna go in on the pizza. Let's see.
Why is it telling me I don't have internet when I've definitely plugged in the Ethernet cable?
Did you plug it into the correct port?
There was only one, I believe.
One lap and 120. Let's see if we can do that.
I know a lot of motherboards have 2.
Really?
Yeah.
No. Only seeing one.
Wasn't this the game that kind of broke Sakurai and made him leave HAL?
That is news to me, it's true.
It is one of the first, if not, well, one of the only, rather, if not the first, LAN-capable games on the GameCube.
Oh yeah, it does have that, doesn't it? You know, like GameCube LAN is like such a big deal at like conventions and stuff, but like I just, I have no interest particularly. Like Mario Kart Double Dash, like has become one of the most beloved Mario Karts, and it's
that one sucks.
I mean, I came to enjoy it back in its day, but like I can't go back to the mechanics in it. It's just I mean I can. Like I played Double Dash with some people last year when there was like a big gathering in Cincinnati of like retro tech people. I played Double Dash with the creator of the OSSC and some other people, you know, like I kind of got into a little bit of a groove with it, but I've never totally felt comfortable with going back to the mechanics ever since Mario Kart Wii. And it absolutely,
it's just so slow.
It
like,
absolutely,
from what I remember,
blows my mind that more recently, like I'm learning that like Mario Kart Wii is like often considered one of the worst.
Oh, that's crazy talk. That's like my favorite one.
Same. Like
that or maybe I mean the one for the DS.
Mario Kart DS.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. They're very much on the same level for me.
I mean, I don't like going back to the DS as a platform when I don't have to. So, but like
Drum could always snake like crazy.
Oh yeah,
in that.
I got pretty good at it too.
I got pretty good. I was no Drum though. like he'd be going straight down the road, like just flying straight down. Like I don't even know how you got your thumb to do that.
Yeah, Wii Mario Kart is definitely where it's at.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like I kind of actively don't like 8.
Which makes me sad.
It makes me sad.
I feel like you were just being an old man about it.
Like I like ever since they started adding all the different car variants, I've just never been able to find a combination that I was as comfortable with as I was with the Wii.
I really like the Splatoon vehicle in the Switch version. Like I mean Wii is my favorite, but I not infrequently just like will randomly pop in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on Switch and just play a cup.
So if you were installing a fresh install of Windows on a brand new computer and you couldn't get it to detect your internet, what would you do?
Oh gosh, network stuff.
Go to my device manager, see if my adapter's on there, see if there's an error.
No, I don't have Windows installed.
Oh, if you don't.
It's like looking for the internet to finish installing Windows.
Do you have some sort of weird security on your router?
Not that I know of.
Can you just reset? Maybe it just got stuck during the installation.
Yeah, I tried that.
Like, you should be able to access it without, like I mean, there's always, like, an activation period that's later, right? Like...
Yeah, well, I mean, there is an option to continue without internet. I don't want to... I hate having a profile on the install that I'll never be able to get rid of.
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
that's my only option.
Can you look in your BIOS and see if you have any internet options in there?
Yeah, it's what I'm currently trying, but nothing is looking promising.
Are the lights lit up on your router for the cable that you have plugged in?
I don't think it would be if I'm just in the BIOS. But
no, it should be. Should be if you have the whole system turned on.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm going in the BIOS and the network stack configuration is disabled? Is that not what I think it is?
I think that should be enabled.
Enable, disable UEFI network stack. I don't know what that is.
I've heard of it. I'm Googling. I think that has to do with the wake up on land stuff.
No, so nothing I need.
Doesn't look like it.
Oh, that's what you did.
Yeah. That's what's better.
I'm so close to being able to do this.
Oh man, what should I get with pizza? I feel like pizza's just like...
Oh, you're going to order something. I thought you had the pizza.
Oh no. I'm very hot and cold. Like, I only buy, like, when I buy groceries, I only buy, like, completely raw, healthy stuff. But then, like, if I run out, then it's, all bets are off. Like, I can't buy, like, I don't know. I couldn't buy, like, cookies or something, or I would just, like, eat the whole damn thing quickly. Like...
Did you ever try Lineni's bacon and feta cheese combo?
Oh, yeah. That's good.
On pizza?
Yeah.
I don't think I have, although I don't love feta.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I don't dislike it, it's just...
My mom is the only person I know that doesn't like it.
Maybe I'll just get, like, a pepperoni or something. Like, I usually don't get meat on pizza. But like, there's so many other options. Like, do I get wings? Then mozzarella sticks.
You know,
God knows I love that.
I never used to understand why pizza places like always have wings, because like I never really saw the appeal of. I like wings, but like I don't know. It seemed like a weird thing to get both of those things to me. And like recently though, I've been like super into getting wings with pizza. And what I like doing is just like just putting the like after you eat the wings first, and then you've got like the sauce that they were in. And I just love just like dipping my pizza in the leftover buffalo sauce. It's so good.
Oh, you know what I love is calzone. I love calzones.
I haven't had a calzone in years.
Oh, there's a good calzone place around here that Lynn and I used to go to a lot. We haven't been in a good while, though.
Next time I'm ever in the area, I want to try that. I've literally have had every calzone within a 5-mile radius of where I live. I've probably had 100 calzone, like different calzones. I found my favorite one. Like, it has to have the right amount of bread. You know, it has to be like not too small, but like small enough that it doesn't fall apart. You know, you want to like keep everything in the bread pocket. Like at the end of it, you don't want it to be a mess.
I always forget what the distinction between a calzone and a stromboli is.
I'm not sure.
You know,
aren't they
isn't
small?
A stromboli just like a sandwich, and a calzone's like a enclosed pocket of dough or something?
I think one is like folded over like a pie, but I forget which one. You know, and in college, my roommate liked Pizza Hut the best, and like I've kind of like, you know, had my ups and downs with Pizza Hut. You know, sometimes I've been okay with it, and sometimes it's like ugh. But like
Pizza Hut's terrible.
When I was like kind of in a phase of like, ugh, I'm tired of Pizza Hut. But my roommate still wanted to get it. I kind of got into their calzones or strombolis or whatever they are.
There's this like place that I get pizza from a lot. I love their pizza here, but they make the worst calzone I've ever had. It comes like literally like a folded over pizza, and like if you go to pick it up, especially if you're not holding underneath, it'll just like fall out of the center. Like just it's the like just garbage. Maybe the worst calzone.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's it, Sephi. The pizzone. I mean, it's like not particularly amazing in any way, but it's like it's very innocuous. So there, it just feels like something that Pizza Hut can't screw up. Like the bread is very plain in it, but I kind of like that about it, I guess.
Man, I remember in college going to Pizza Hut and getting like the pizza bar, you know?
Oh, and, I mean, some Pizza Huts have that. Like that. I mean, there's definitely an appeal to like buffet pizza. Like, you know, obviously not this year, but you know, I can get down with CC's Pizza every now and then, you know, just because it's like, hey.
I just remember going to the Pizza Hut pizza bar and getting like Cinnasticks with like, oh, you can have like frosting on it. Oh god! I just remember one time like in college going and being like, oh my god, they had this in the bar, and I had like probably nothing else to eat but those Cinnasticks and frosting, and I felt like shit for like 3 days. It just felt terrible. Like, oh. Ooh, I might go with the pasta option from the pizza place instead. Might do that.
That always feels wrong, but, you know, sometimes pizza place can have good pasta, too.
They do, yeah. Oh, I love, like, the garlic and butter sauce. Just like, But, like, do I just get that, you know?
That was definitely a good run, but I don't know if I have it in me of doing better than that in this vehicle, but it's just like the other vehicles are just so much work, you know?
What do you fellas think? Get the pesto penne and garlic bread.
That sounds pretty good.
Some chicken and some mozzarella in it. Mr. Dots has a point. Anything pesto is the besto. No, I'm thinking about the calzone though, you know?
Maybe I need to experiment with another vehicle.
I broke down and I'm making a offline dummy Microsoft account.
Oh, you're gonna hate that, man. That's gonna haunt you.
Gotta use that one to space something, you know?
You know, if I'm going to, like, a good pizza place, I am, like, going to travel the world. You know, I'm gonna, you know, get, like, a Mediterranean-style pizza. Get, like, artichoke and, like, olives and, you know, sun-dried, even feta. I'll get feta. But ordering in, maybe I just go with the cheese.
Ugh, cheese pizza. I mean,
yeah,
I'll eat it if it's there, but like I would never order it.
But you know, like pepperoni doesn't really do it for me either. It's just kind of like,
well, pepperoni's just so classic in its simplicity.
Yeah, but so is cheese, though, man.
I don't know if cheese is that classic.
I could go off into left field and I could get cheesy breadsticks and get, like, just do a bunch of sides. Maybe I get, like, French fries, get some wings, get some... that's too much crap. I'm going to feel like shit. I'm going to add the salad first. Get the salad, get the garden salad, then worry about...
Man, I just don't like how anything in this game controls other than that stupid box that can't dash. But I don't like the stupid... I mean, I don't like how the stupid box that can't dash controls either, but it's the closest thing to something that controls okay.
Okay, so I log into actual Windows Desktop here, and the first thing I see is a pop-up from Asus to install the Armory Crate drivers, and it says connect to the internet to download a LAN driver, so you can connect to the internet, basically. And then it's like, I was like, okay, sure, that's not going to work, but I'll hit yes anyway, and it worked.
Oh, there you go.
Connected to the internet.
Well, that was easy.
I'm so confused. Also, I don't know what this armory crate thing is I'm installing, and I don't know if I want.
Man, all
But
this
I have internet, apparently.
all this talk of pizza makes me not want pizza anymore.
That's not usually how that works.
No. I don't love
get
pizza.
Get the wings and breadstick then, like you said.
It's also
A lot of carbs.
yeah. A lot of carbs, a lot of fat. Luckily, I'm so fit, you know. For I guess about the past 3 years or so, like I've actually got into working out, and so I keep a log of all of my sessions that I do. I do like hour-long lifts, and this year I'm up to 180 as of today. I don't know what rate that is, but it sounds pretty good. Oh, this food just... Oh, maybe Chinese. Oh, that makes me feel even worse, though. Like...
I got the time attack score here on the wrong vehicle. I don't know if I can do it on this vehicle, though.
You know what? I'm just gonna stick to the pizza. I don't know what type. Oh man, side of cheesecake, get a brownie. I want that cheesecake. The cheesecake has been added to my cart.
Oh man.
Almost ordered the gluten-free. I don't want that. They have an Italian and Hawaiian pizza. They have pepperoni, garlic, and pineapple.
Probably fine.
Yeah, I actually like Hawaiian style like a lot.
I
know
mean,
it gets dumped on, but
yeah, I mean it's definitely like one of those controversial things. Like, I am fine with pineapple on pizza. I don't like love it or anything, but like it's not like it's not one of my go-tos. But you know, I think it's fine. You know, which
Yeah,
I feel is not how most people are. Most people have very strong views on it.
Every now and then, pineapple on pizza is good. But yeah, usually not something I'm looking for.
I mean, it's just I think it goes weirdly with the tomato sauce, you know?
do I want to add a salad? Well, I can't add the salad. I would spoil my appetite for pizza. Oh, this is cruel. So, I mean, they have different sizes. If you get a small pizza, they only have gluten-free crust for the small pizza. I don't know how that would taste in comparison to normal, but I think I want that gluten. Alright, a medium with some cheesecake. No salad. Do y'all have any big Christmas plans? Well, same.
Yeah. Well, like I said before, we got some eggnog brewing.
Yeah.
And
so you said 3 cups of liquor? That sounds like a lot of liquor for eggnog.
Yeah. It was like Alton Brown's old-fashioned eggnog recipe or something.
I like anything Alton Brown does, so it has to be good.
Lynn tasted a tiny bit of it before we put it in storage to age, but she said even like fresh, it was very good. So,
I mean, it's basically like a boozy milkshake. From
yeah.
It'll surprise both of you to know that I'm currently sober. I'm about 3 months in. It's boring. I did it for no reason, so I can surely undo it.
Yeah, I've been definitely been drinking a bit more this year.
Well, I think you and nearly everyone else, right?
Yeah. Okay, I need to look up what this armory thing is that I've been installing that I don't know that I want to be installing.
Yeah, you know what I realized though, before I decided to start to like dry out a little bit, is that it didn't matter how much I had to drink, like the night before. I could have 1 beer, or I could have like 12 beers, and I would feel the exact same the next day, which is to say, like, just like, you know, like dehydrated, just like probably tossing and turning a bit in my sleep. I'm like, how does one do that? You know? But Drum, you I think were cutting back for a while too, right? Like, hadn't you for, I don't know, like over the years? I don't know.
I definitely had to ease off in recent years because it was giving me heartburn pretty easily.
Oh, okay.
And that's still kind of the case.
Yeah.
But this year I've been a little bit like, I'll deal.
I mean, if heartburn's the worst thing you get this year, you know, like.
Yeah. Doing all right.
Yeah. What's your go-to sort of drink choices? You doing beer anymore, or is it mostly liquor?
Mostly, I've just been mostly having light beer, just to try to keep the calories down.
Yeah.
I guess you probably haven't heard this. This has come up a few times, but Lynn and I bought like just mostly on my whim, I like picked up several like small cases of various light beers from the grocery store to compare them. Because like I never really had a lot of beer at home before, and I was like never really had a lot of light beer before. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna see what brand of light beer is for me. And they all taste exactly the fucking same. Except Bud Light, which is noticeably worse.
Dude, so I will say for a time, for probably the better part of the last year and a half, my go-to light beer was Bud Light Platinum, which is almost equivalent in calories to a normal Bud Light. It's like barely over 100, but it has like 5.5 or 6% alcohol. It is heavy, like on the alcohol. I mean, if you're trying to like just get hammered and you want something as low of calorie as possible, like that is your beer. Like, oh man, I mean, I could drink some beer in my day without feeling it. Like I could drink probably a 6-pack of Bud Light and have a buzz, but Bud Light Platinum would like wreck me. it was great.
I don't think I've ever seen Bud Light Platinum anywhere.
Oh, dude, yeah. Look for it, man. It's I mean, it obviously it's a Bud Light, but it advertises with a lot of like dark blue, purple, silver logo. It's oh man, it'll get you. I had that nearly exclusively for several months, if not the better part of a year. And then when I would have even heavy like craft beer and stuff, like I would just put them away and like barely was even getting a buzz. I'm like, oh well, that makes sense. Like, because I'm having this like really, really, really strong shit otherwise.
Yeah, it's been all light beer for me, except for come autumn. I like me a good pumpkin beer.
Oh yeah, yeah. Do you have a favorite pumpkin beer?
There was are you familiar with Terrapin?
No, I assume that's a Maryland thing though, because that's the well, I guess the University of Maryland mascot. No, I'm not.
There's a beer brand around here that's Terrapin, and like all I ever see usually for it is like IPAs, and I'm not an IPA fan. But that like there was one year where Lynn and I, that pretty sure it was Terrapin pumpkin beer of some sort, and it was divine. We loved it. And that was like, I don't know, 7 years ago, and it's just never been back since.
Oh, man.
Never found it again.
Sucks.
There was some good beers this year. I think I made a note.
Love the Southern Tier, Pump King. Yeah, that was always my favorite.
King? Oh, yeah. Pump King's very good.
Yeah.
We had some of that this year.
I think Elysian brand, Elysian is the brewing company. I think they had a good one, although I can't remember what the name was. Yeah.
Same Autumn's Oktoberfest. I don't think it was a pumpkin beer per se, but it was good. I don't usually have a lot of Sam Adams, but that was very good. I think that's all we had this year. Yeah, Pump King.
Oh, dude, yeah. I haven't had it in a long time because it's a New York beer. It doesn't. I mean, you can find it out here. It's just not in the grocery store, right? You have to go to a place that's really expensive.
Yeah.
That's actually from Corey's hometown, I believe. The Southern Tier Brewery is up there in New York.
Oh yeah, I've seen him wear a shirt with that logo in videos from time to time.
Oh, that's funny.
So I guess that would explain it.
I think that's like around Buffalo, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, he didn't grow up in Buffalo proper, but that was
right
his main metropolitan area.
Yeah. I think I don't think the brewery is actually in Buffalo either. I think it's in. I think it actually was in his town, whatever it was.
Jamestown, I think.
Possibly. Yeah, I gotta say, over the years, I really gave up any sort of craft beer, and my go-to has for a while now just been Bud heavy, normal Budweiser.
Man, I couldn't tell you the last time I had a normal Budweiser.
Get
Dude,
bonus.
if you're looking for a Pilsner, especially an American Pilsner, it's actually
we got a weird
good.
We got a weird raid super chat.
Mm.
There was a super chat with it looked like some sitcom something or other with a cat, and it said a party is raiding.
Why are you calling Streamlab Alerts super chats like this is YouTube or something?
Like it's YouTube. Oh, super chats. Whatever.
I thought you both have been doing that.
That's what I'm. That's the terminology where I come from.
Welcome, Miss Kirby fan and friends.
I apologize to its Kirby fan that I am playing my least favorite Kirby game. Even though I know this game has its passionate fans, I'm not one of them, I'm afraid. I'm trying to grind out enough challenges to get unlock the credits so I can call the game beaten. Because it's the only Kirby game I haven't beaten an A for.
Leonia, and I guess Try, for the record, that was Sabrina, a Sabrina gift. That was a grown-up Punky Brewster in Sabrina mistaking a shock collar for a TV remote and repeatedly shocking a man who had been turned into a cat for trying to take over the world.
I feel like I remember you bringing up this scenario at some point before, but I didn't know that you made it into a super chat. That's not a super chat, a Streamlabs.
Lynn liked Sabrina growing up, and we decided to go back and watch the whole thing together. And it was pretty good. There were some seasons that were pretty bad, but overall I enjoyed it. But that scene cracked us the heck up, and I made a gif of it, and then I didn't know what to use for a raid gift, and I threw that up there.
Well, it's one thing that's not Resident Evil, I guess.
Yeah, that is a point against it.
But yeah, Drum, you gotta try Budweiser, man. Just a good old-fashioned Bud. Like to see how you like it.
Yeah, I will try to do that.
Do you ever have Pabst Blue Ribbon?
Every now and then. I feel like some people swear by it, and it's never really stuck out to me in one way or another.
I mean, it was the hip thing 10 years ago, right? Everybody was having Pabst. Budweiser is just kills it. It's so much better. It's ridiculously better. I used to love Yingling too, Yingling Lager. Man, that stuff just tastes like crap compared to a Bud. Oh, I want a Bud now.
I really liked Amberbach back in college.
Oh yeah.
But I've not really had a go-to beer since then.
I like Shinerbach. Shinerbach is good.
I have completed the ritualistic opening of Microsoft's browser one time to download something else.
You know,
Edge runs with Chromium now. Like Chromium is the backup.
Like Edge is actually perfectly fine now.
Yeah.
But I still just don't feel right either.
Somehow, it became my default PDF viewer at some point. I never bothered to change it because it didn't really bother me too much. But
oh man, you just reminded me. My favorite thing about this new Windows install will be the font when I view PDFs won't be eternally screwed up anymore.
Oh, something happened that you just couldn't fix?
Like, no matter what program I used to view PDFs, it would use this weird font that was it wasn't a good font. It was like some kind of like cyber font that like letters weren't completely drawn in the way they should have been, and it was hard to read. I have no idea how it happened, and I could not get rid of it.
Huh. Sometimes though, I've definitely ended up I was looking at PDF and like it would take me a while. I would start browsing websites and Microsoft Edge. It would take me a while before I realized like, oh wait, I'm not I'm not in my normal browser.
Yeah, I guess Safari is probably still using its own engine now, but like most browsers use Chromium nowadays, which is kind of arguably bad because you're getting in kind of monopoly territory. Chromium's open source, but like Google has ways they could exert control over it if they really wanted to. But
do you do Chrome now or Firefox or something else?
I've been using a combination of Brave, which is like a Chrome fork that is focused on privacy, and I use Brave and Firefox mostly.
Using DuckDuckGo?
Yeah, DuckDuckGo.
I do not know what this is.
It's a Google alternative that's focused on privacy. I want to say I heard some like not great things about them, but I didn't see in depth what they were a while back.
I've invited all of the mega corporations into my home. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I have by now I'm sure over 30 things on my Wi-Fi, like smart devices and there's not a. Yeah.
You gotta have your Roomba,
Got my Roombas on it. My 3 Echoes are on it for my 1-bedroom apartment. Actually, no, 4 Echoes. Sorry, 4. What isn't? Like my printer. Of course, my printer is on Wi-Fi. Of course, my Roomba is. Of course, my pet feeder for my cat is.
Yeah, you don't just feed your cat?
Well, the pet feeder just works.
But, I guess cats are different, but it gives Sandy something to look forward to every day, She gets so excited about yum yum time. Oh, I did it.
To be fair, I do feed my cat wet food, so I have to do that manually, and she just grazes on it 24/7. So,
a dog has to finish all at once, So
yeah. Oh yeah, no, yeah. I get it.
I don't know what sous vide's behavior is like, but like with Bernie and Teddy. There was definitely a marked difference when we went from just like leaving kibble out all the time to like having like 2 times a day. No, this is when we feed you, and it's going to be just enough for one meal, not something you eat all day long. Like they quickly learned that we were like, oh, they're the ones that give us food. These people are great. And their behavior improved noticeably when we did that.
like before you were just like in the
way. we were just roommates before.
I mean, I fed, my dog growing up just, once a day in the morning. And, now, Sandy, I feed her, of a morning and in the evening. And, it's kind of annoying sometimes because, she will want dinner that's at 5:30, but she'll want it at 4. And sometimes it's hard to convince her, to shut up about it. But I feel it gives an animal, something to look forward to at some point in the day, Instead of one best part of the day, you have two best parts of the day.
Why does Windows think I'm on the web? So, how is Kirby going there?
I have completed 2 challenges tonight. One intentionally, one, just... Some challenges are just things that you're going to acquire over hours of playing, cumulative hours of playing the game. I've got one of those, and then I got one that I was actually trying to go for. I've, bounced around between a few that I'm attempting to go for. I'm trying out one right now to see how realistic I think this one may be. I mean, no offense to the Kirby Air Ride diehards that, just get this game. But man, it sure seems like Sakurai's worst game.
It's no Meteos.
Well, I need to get that again. I sold that at some point. That was an interesting game, though. I'd like a version of that on the Switch that you can play handheld, I think that'd be pretty good. Hold it like a vertical, I feel would be good for it. Is Meteos the only game that he's made since he left Nintendo that wasn't with Nintendo?
The only thing that comes to mind.
I want Sakurai to be freed from Smash. Like Kid Icarus Uprising is such a interesting game. And I feel like his game design sensibilities can be applied to so many things other than Smash. I love what he does with Smash, but Smash isn't even my favorite multiplayer game. So I'd rather see his talents put into some interesting single player games. Because as you can tell by this game, not every multiplayer game he made was, a home run. Something I realized, I thought because I've got the wheel. I had the wheel just now. You know, the wheel was...
Keep dropping off of the Discord call sometimes.
Who,
for
me?
some reason.
You?
I do.
Are you... Is that on your new computer, or you're still on your phone?
Yeah, I'm still on my phone.
But something I realized when I was playing... when I was playing Kirby's Return to Dreamland, it's a little surprising that wheel is not a power in it. There is whoa! I did not intend to grab bomb. Whoops, that slowed me down. Which is, I don't know. It's a surprising ability to have missing, but fire kind of has a roughly equivalent ability.
I don't know if you heard my question before, but did you buy the second Fighter's Pass?
You know, I was actually looking at it just before the stream because I was like, oh, so close. Because I was like, oh, you know, maybe after Kirby, maybe check out the Fire's Pass stuff. But then I was like, oh, it's just Min and Steve. I mean, if Sephiroth was already out, sure, I would have done it. But it's just like, I don't care about what's there right now, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Like, I've never really looked that much at ARMS. Like, is there enough interesting, like, single-player content for someone like me?
I only ever played the free online demos they did.
Oh.
And not very much on those.
I mean, I do find my curiosity somewhat piqued just as a rare, unique Nintendo property, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of in the same sense as Splatoon, you know, that, I've not played terribly much Splatoon or Splatoon 2, really. I mean, in terms of multiplayer, I mean, a little. I enjoy it, but, I never got crazy into it. But, I feel that the single-player modes are good enough, and the soundtracks are, phenomenal. So, I mean, there's good stuff going on in there for me, But I don't know if I don't know if ARMS has that as much. I was under the impression it didn't, but.
Yeah. I have zero interest in it. I don't remember if we talked about this before, but I was really surprised about the amount of vitriol I saw about Steve getting into Minecraft.
You mean getting into Smash?
Yeah, and into Smash.
Really? People were upset about it.
Like, I don't know if it was just like there was one person I followed who was very like I don't usually get upset about this kind of thing, but
I mean Steve makes more sense than Cloud and Sephiroth and Solid Snake.
Yeah. Like I think I saw like someone mention like Ninja Gaiden Ryu and Mad Dog or.
Oh,
whoever.
I mean, I was just saying that earlier today.
Oh,
like,
that's right. That was you in the pre-stream.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to complete like the iconic, NES action game hero set, like you gotta have them,
Yeah.
but it's not gonna be them.
No.
But
like the people we would want in Smash,
they're all
or not.
The ones that have it all a chance are already there.
Yeah.
You know, like Simon was the big one we wanted that, you know, was not in Brawl. And we got him. Or wait, was Simon new for Ultimate or 4?
Ultimate.
Okay, yeah.
Or, yeah. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Shantae would be good. I'd be down for Shantae.
Yeah.
But, she's a good character, and she's had a long Nintendo history, but also she's, a pretty unique character compared to the rest of the Smash roster.
So are you saying you think Shantae is at risk because she's she would be too complicated to make?
No, I'm not saying she's at risk. I'm saying I would like that as a pick.
Oh. Yeah, I mean all the transformations and everything, she'd be perfect. Shantae would make a lot of sense. I think Shantae would be a really good pick.
Like I've said it before, but the thing I'm hoping for that I think is possible is a Resident Evil character.
If you've got Bayonetta, Resident Evil's not going to. You could make one Resident Evil character and it could be, Chris, Jill, Leon, and Claire, Yeah. It could be everybody. the Fire Emblem characters could have been, but
Yeah, it should have been.
It kind of bummed me out when I was looking at the Fighters Pass earlier, and I was like, oh, there's only 2 left, that we don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of as much as I want Sakurai to be free, it's also kind of but they could have done so much better with their selection. He needs more slots to do his best work.
I don't really mind because there's so few characters that I would care about that I feel like have any realistic chance of getting in at this point. That I'm kind of just in whatever mode.
Yeah, in all honesty, how much am I going to play the game after all of the characters are out? I just don't even know. I feel like I should buy the pass because I really like Smash, but if I play Smash, I'm probably going to be at your place. Yeah.
Oh man, if they did Marvel vs. Capcom, Jill Valentine and Smash, just like a straight port, even that would be amazing.
Oh, was Jill your go-to in that game?
No, but it was just a good, fun, dumb version of Jill. I forget when she said it, but she had a move or a taunt or something where she's just like, I'm a member of Stars.
Oh, yeah, I've definitely heard that. I may have heard you say that. break at least 2 walls and finish first place. What the heck does that mean? What does breaking walls mean? Let me see if Google knows the answer. Google auto finish once break 2 walls and finish in the oven.
Yeah.
Professional tips for hanging drywall. How to basic wall demolition. Maybe I should have specified Kirby Air Ride. Oh, the Kirby or a Kirby wiki has some information.
What is your like you freshly installed Windows? What is your first go-to program you grab right away?
Well, usually another browser like Chrome. I guess Discord. Graphics card drivers. I've had an issue on my streaming computer that it brings up this message like, NVIDIA GeForce Experience is not installed every single time. And I'm pretty sure it is, but it just comes up every time I boot the computer. And then obviously Adobe stuff comes pretty quickly, if it's, a computer for that. Frozen Hillside 250. Let's try that.
Sorry about that, gentlemen.
Did you?
You should be.
Did
I disappeared.
Did you get any food?
Oh, I did. Yeah. No, my headset disconnected, and then as soon as I got it back, the person called. So yeah, I got it. Then I ate.
What did you
Exciting
eat?
night. Oh, I got the Hawaiian.
Oh, Hawaiian.
Wasn't very good.
No.
I mean, the place I got it from, like, I love the, the dough they use is just, like, the best. It's great. But the pizza itself isn't. It's hard to explain. Like, the dough is, like, the most delicious.
I mean, I know what you mean. Like, not. I mean, I love their pizza, but like Pizzeria Uno, I generally consider my favorite pizza because I love me some deep dish.
Oh God, yeah, it's good.
But like, of the ingredients in the pizza, it's like the flavor of the dough kind of stands out to me.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't, taste like other. If you were to get a deep dish from, Domino's or whatever, like it tastes different from that. When me and Corey were in Chicago, I did have a deep dish from like a more local. I mean, Uno is originally from Chicago, but like, something that I don't think, has a very broad geographic spread. I'd know the name of it if I saw it, but I can't remember what it was.
Like, I don't know, the pizza was strange. Like, they weren't really that heavy on the toppings, and it kind of just feels like I had a cheese pizza. The other problem, too, is every single slice, no matter how much I tried, and I even got a fork to assist, just everything slid right off. Like, you reach, grab a slice, and, like, everything just goes right off. Like...
So I pulled up stream for the first time tonight. Why do you have Battle of Olympus? Was that really the last thing you played on this layout?
It was the last thing I played, like, 4-3 on this layout, I guess. Like, well, because we've been streaming together so much. Like,
yeah,
that was like, that was for, just like solo 4-3 stream. That was probably the last time.
Is that picture in the upper left, is that me with short hair, or is that the everyman?
That's supposed to be the everyman.
That must have been 3DS. Maybe?
I think I made it on the Wii. I think I made it on the Wii.
Weird to think that there are still Mii's on the Switch, even though they're like buried in the menu.
Yeah, I've never even opened the app.
I mean, it's not even really an app. It's just kind of like a creator.
I mean, I don't even know where it is. I know it's there, but... But yeah, I've never used it.
Maybe I'll do a bonus stream in a day or two when my computer is all set up to see how Spelunky 2 looks in this brand new CPU. Gonna look entirely different, I'm sure.
Oh man, we should get Dolphin going for you.
I am curious to try out some of the newer emulators.
I mean, Dolphin's so CPU heavy that, like, your GPU, I mean, you can push it a 4K easy.
Yeah, exactly. Have you done much in, like, Cetra or Wii U or anything?
I only tried it once with a pre-built package for Breath of the Wild, and I feel like the build was way too early. So, like, not really. I tried it again after I upgraded my CPU, and maybe even my GPU as well, but, like, I couldn't get the game to launch past the, like, open your eyes Link stage. But apparently you can get that going at 4K. And they even have, like, a 60 FPS hack, too.
You know, I mean, Citra, from what I hear, people make it sound like it's really good. So, I always am skeptical because...
Isn't Citra the 3DS emulator, though?
Yeah, but like...
Simu, that's...
it did not run well on my computer, but, people were like, oh, you should never download the stable build. Like, oh, come on.
Well, some of those stable builds like don't get updated for years.
I know, but it's like, well, like, duh. Like, come on.
No, Citra works great though. I played Majora's Mask on it for several hours, and it's perfect. You know, like, it's wonderful. I am gonna give it a go. Give a, however you pronounce it, Cemu, C-E-M-C-E-M-U.
Oh, that's the Wii U thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it, my computer's off. Alexa, turn the computer on. I'd have to stand up. I mean, I think when I was putting my whole setup together in my current apartment, which was my new apartment several months ago, God, I know I must have talked to you, Try, like on Nerd Skype, like several days
close.
to figure out the best way to do this.
Huh? Wait, what about Nerd Skype? Oh, I did do it.
No,
yes.
I think I was talking to you about how to set up my desktop and, you know, have the right proper like video cables, because like my desktop's over at my TV, but I ran the cables around the wall and all that shit.
Oh, 145. What? Why did I think it was 148? 48. Finish in first place with sleep ability. One race right on both the left and right bridge railings. Okay. Sounds simple. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but I can try that. Yeah, it's more like Nerd Zoom.
I'm gonna need to try RPCS3. I'd be curious.
Oh, it must be that. How do you get on that?
I don't know what PS3 games I'd be missing out on though. Like,
wait, why are we talking about PS3 games all of a sudden?
Oh, because of the emulator, because of RPCS, RC, whatever 3, the emulator. Like, I don't know what I would actually play.
I mean, it's definitely, you know, not the most compelling system to go back to, because so many of the best games got like PS4 definitive editions that were like higher resolution and stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's definitely things that you can still only play on PS3, but it's...
The only one that really comes to mind is Metal Gear Solid 4, which I beat back in the day and didn't particularly like.
Did you have it, or the system, or did you borrow it from someone?
I borrowed the system and the game from my friends.
I see. Oh.
Wasn't that long after it came out either. It was fairly new.
I mean, I like 4, but it's definitely not my favorite.
3 is your favorite.
Yeah, 3 is my favorite. You haven't played 5, have you?
Oh no, I have. I beat Ground Zeroes and I made it like into not far enough to really remember, but like kind of like the big shell areas in 5.
There is no big shell.
Well, like the oil platform thing.
I mean, it's like it's not. It is definitely not. It's so unnecessary. Like the.
I mean, it played well.
It
It's just
plays.
like,
It plays fine, but like, you know, a big part of Metal Gear is the story, and I feel like it was not like, it was so weird how the story unfolded, because it was like sort of little things happen over the course of the time that you're in these little areas doing these missions, and most of the time they seem kind of like pointless busy work, and then like once you kind of get to a plot point, like you see little connections, I guess, to like, oh, this this was what, but like it all adds up to like nothing worthwhile. Like it had a dumb twist that I kind of saw coming, and ultimately it was just like, what did this add to the overarching like Metal Gear story, I don't know.
I like Ground Zeroes. That was neat.
I mean, it was fun enough to play. I mean, the gameplay is basically the same, but like,
Yeah.
But like not having David Hayter as Big Boss, like, or Snake, like I feel like that was a big part of not being able to get into the game for me. Like it just took the wind out of my sails.
So does it say no sleep till complete, or?
Oh, complete 2 Kirby games in one stream. Gosh, no, but I'd like to try to do the challenge that I'm attempting right now. This is a dumb challenge, though. I mean, most things in this game are dumb. But...
All games are dumb. Just dumb. Dumb Metal Gear Solid 5. No, I'll need to replay 3 at some point if I could ever find a system that it's on.
Well, I mean, you can play the... I mean, not that you have one, but it's kind of cool that you can play the Xbox 360 HD collection on backwards compatibility.
Well, if I had an Xbox.
Yeah, I know, but...
You could emulate the 3DS version.
That's the definitive version, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it possibly runs better on emulator than it did on the actual system. I'd believe it.
Oh, I mean, yeah, no, Citra actually does speed it up. I would be curious as to how, like, that would stack up, because it's like an enhanced port, except for like the terrible frame rate.
I mean, I don't know if it's actually enhanced. I mean, I would imagine the geometry is not as good.
I think they were doing like extra graphics of some sort.
I mean, it was probably tailored for the 3DS, but I suspect it would surely be a visually worse version. I mean, the HD collection is fantastic.
Maybe that's why I should emulate the HD collection.
Oh yeah, I mean, if that PS3 if that PS3 collection is good, then yeah.
All right, Drum. I have Simu. I moved it back over to my computer. I'm going to try to give it a boot. Thank you for protecting me, Windows, with your Smart Screen Defender. I recognize that this is an app that I downloaded from the internet.
How shady.
Yeah. It's like, this didn't come from the Microsoft store. Are you sure?
Try, that DVI to HDMI cable I borrowed from you?
Yeah, is it dead or something?
No, I need it to be like 2 feet longer.
Okay.
What can you do for me?
I'm actually pretty short on DVI cables.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to order a new one and give you yours back. It's okay though. Certainly, cable I will be getting a lot of use out going forward. DVI to HDMI is here to stay.
Yep. I hate DisplayPort. Like, there's a lot of like DisplayPort snobs out there. They're like, oh, HDMI so slow. Like, DisplayPort is so much better. It's like, well, okay, the specs may be better, but like, call me again when you've got a TV with DisplayPort on it. Like,
I just love the impression of these people. It's like, I'm a big idiot. It's like you have people out there that are like, I'm so stupid.
Sadie sees me laughing. She's looking at the TV, and she's just like, I don't get it. What's so funny? This Z-axis movement is not as exciting as 2D movement for me. Kirby's Return to Dreamland, she thought that was much more fun looking. I'll tell you what she also likes is Dragon Quest X. If I'm like standing still in a town and there's like all the player characters running by, she's way into that. Well, it actually gave a little fancy sound when I completed the challenge, even though I guess I have to finish the race to earn it.
God, I am seriously considering reinstalling Windows again to try and get rid of this dumb offline Microsoft account that is now in charge of the computer.
I mean, installing Windows doesn't take that long.
Well, no, can't you just log in with your Microsoft account and doesn't it convert it to it?
Does it?
Yeah.
But I think the folder on Windows will still be under the name of the one I just made up for offline.
I'm pretty sure you're right. Yeah.
Oh, well, I've got a situation on, honestly, I can't even think of which computer it is. It's either the one upstairs or downstairs. I forget which one it is. But like my name with like the folder on it is TRY4C. Even though and I actually did like reinstall Windows to fix that. And when I reinstalled it, it was still this, like, I don't know why it was doing that, because I was putting the E at the end of whatever I was entering in setup. And there's just no E on the folder, and like, I mean, I'm over it.
That's how the users go. Like, even like mine's my Microsoft account, which is just my email address, but it's only the first 5 letters.
Oh.
Yeah, by default. So TRY4C. Yeah, that's 5. But that's even more annoying because you're 1 letter short.
Yeah. I mean, at least it still reads without the vowel at the end.
Oh man, Xavier, and anyone else who cares. You know how when you have to like search in Windows Explorer for a file, and it's the slowest thing imaginable?
Yes.
There is a free program called Everything, and it will do that same search lightning quick on your computer.
Huh. Interesting.
I highly recommend it.
Huh.
I actually went to the Microsoft Store and downloaded. You can download Ubuntu tools if you like a Linux shell, and that's what I use. So like I'll use like Find, right? But obviously that's not. It's not as easy as a nice little GUI. So it's called Everything.
Yeah.
I would be much more into using Linux if, like, I mean, you know, I've tried it from time to time, but like, I just can't use it for like a main computer. I mean, I could plausibly use it for my streaming computer because, I mean, OBS is on Linux, but I mean,
like Linux for like my main machine, but I love a Linux shell. Like, all of my work has always been using like some form of bash or something like that for like the past decade. So it's just second nature now.
I actually installed Ubuntu on my dad's computer. I think it was around Thanksgiving, because you know it'd been pretty crappy for a while, and you know my thinking is, you know, Linux is a great old person operating system because like if there's only so many things they actually do on their computer, like my dad basically browses the internet and makes spreadsheets. And that's like all he does on his computer. And he's like, well, will I have Open Office? I'm like, Open Office, because I put Open Office on his computer like forever ago. And he's like, I'm like, well, Open Office was made by Linux nerds, so it comes with Ubuntu. So he's like, well, I want it, like the only thing that I like had to install on it was drivers for his printer, which you know, got into the whole like, you know, command stuff in Linux that I'm not super comfortable with. But like there were instructions on the printer website like how to, you know, the commands to enter, and it took a few attempts, but I eventually figured it out. But like I just feel it's a very good operating system for, you know, old people. They're like comfortable with Windows. They're comfortable using Windows, but they don't need that much stuff on it. And that way they're like not likely to like accidentally install a million things that they shouldn't, you know, it slows down the computer. So he's been pretty happy with it.
I want to say I heard a while back that like viruses have started to find their way to Linux, but I can't remember if that's accurate.
I mean, it seems like a hard thing to do because you have to do all like the complicated like command prompt stuff to like change anything on it, you know?
Oh yeah, viruses don't know how to change stuff. You're right.
Oh, I just unlocked another freebie. So now I only have to get to 95. I kind of want to do another. Like, I feel like I'm getting that groove, you know? Where's the Jet Star? Do I not have the Jet Star? Checker Knights and under formats. No, maybe I'll try that. That Wing Star was actually not that bad. Although it might be bad for courses with a lot of ground like this. But not like
You're just hooked on air riding now, huh?
I don't know. I might be in a little bit of a groove. I don't know if that's actually true. I found another vehicle that I might actually kind of like.
So, try. I hear you know very smart people who prefer DisplayPort to DVI. Is this accurate?
Well, I mean, the problem is whatever new graphics card you get, you're probably going to have one HDMI and a bunch of display ports. And you're...
A bunch of what?
A bunch of display ports, and you're going to be mad about
it. Is that what's on the 3080s and stuff?
I mean, it's what's on the most recent graphics cards I've bought, so probably. They're very DisplayPort heavy. I mean, they're on high-end gaming monitors, DisplayPort is common, but like, I do not play games on gaming monitors,
Okay. My current card has one HDMI port, one DVI port, and one display port.
Mm-hmm.
And I need a cable to hook. I need two HDMI ports to hook up to two TVs. I have one, of course.
Yeah, well,
so you're saying I should get a DisplayPort to HDMI cable?
Yeah, that would future-proof you a little better for sure.
Okay.
Because I ended up getting a DisplayPort to VGA, so I could hook up my CRT.
Or I could just get a DisplayPort to HDMI adapter.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I got.
I've had weird situations with those. I mean, what I've got now seems to be fine, but at some point I had a situation where I had a situation where it was like it wasn't displaying like the correct RGB range. Like I was like getting like limited range out of it when it was supposed to be full range, and it, so everything was washed out. But that's only an issue I've had with one of them.
So one thing, I don't know that it'll matter, maybe if you have multiple like displays you're hooking up, but DisplayPort can detect whether or not the device hooked up to it is on or off, and HDMI cannot. Or just doesn't for some reason, like in Windows, in Windows, it won't. So you can have issues with that. Like I have problems with that if I like start it up and my DisplayPort connected device isn't already on, it sometimes won't detect it, and then I have to reset. Like, pain in the ass.
Like,
I mean,
reset the computer?
Say again?
I've never had problems with my computer waking up an HDMI, monitor.
No. It's a DisplayPort device. So.
Oh, you mean the converter doesn't wake it up?
There's some weirdness in Windows with the like detection of whether the device is on or not. So I have 3 displays, right? I have my desktop hooked up to my TV, and then I have it hooked up to my 2 monitors at my desk. And like, for example, sometimes if I turn my monitors off and I just want to play on my TV, it'll still detect the monitors even though they're off. So, like, unless you want to go through and, like, change what screen is being duplicated or displayed to, you'll just have this, like, edge of the screen where you can just scroll off into oblivion. Like...
I mean, the converters can definitely be a little weird. Which is one reason I don't love DisplayPort. But, I mean, after the stream, I can send you a link to the most recent one I got, which is better than the first one I bought.
Okay. So should I just like leave the stream, or are you just gonna be
I guess I'm done
all night long? Or
I guess I'm done.
Drag you away, kicking and screaming.
Yeah, it should be nice to be done with this game, though.
I mean, you can keep going.
So yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for making me play Air Ride, I guess. Thanks for watching Air Ride for some reason.
Next week, demo extravaganza
on the Switch.
Yeah,
I'm sure there will be some amusingly bad stuff there, but also some hidden gems.
You're gonna go through demos.
Yeah, this is what Doc Dragon has requested for his directorship.
Interesting.
So thank you, Doc, for directing. Next week, looking forward to find the next Too Fast for Gnome.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe just another Too Fast for Gnome.
Maybe Too Fast for Gnomes is on the Switch. I don't know. I'd like to find out.
I think I saw him say it is on the Switch.
Ooh, wow. I better see if there's a demo. All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Backloggery.